Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Here with my co-host Morty. Let's party. Really quick, I want to give a shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to watch this channel, watch this party. I mean, even though you missed the live party, make sure you're here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. But on that point, since not a lot of you are, if you could do me a huge favor, replay gang, just in the comments, let me know what time you are starting this stream. I might be changing things around. You know, I love that you guys are engaged with the content, but I want to engage with you. So I'd love to, do stuff where I could actually be live when you'd be able to be there. So let me know. Also, I want to say a big thank you to my6shirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. And of course, it is the only place to get your very own The Indian Jesus official merch. Only at my6shirt.com. All right. Let's party. We got Ricardo in the building. We got MJ in the building. Well, welcome. So I'm sure you guys have seen that over the past, few months, that Steven Crowder has been doing a bunch of stuff, just all over the place. And because of the way he runs his business, it's very easy for him to do what he does. And hey, Alex Pick is showing up. What's good? Welcome to the party. Because Steven Crowder always has these NDAs with the people that work for him, then we never get to really hear, we hear speculation, we hear stories, we hear this and that, but we never really hear exactly what goes on behind the scenes with Ladder with Crowder specifically, but just who Steven Crowder is. But Dave Landau, one of the third chair guys, he's a stand-up comedian, was on the show for a long time. And I didn't really watch because I just figured, all right, if Crowder's not there, then I don't really care. But apparently he did great and I missed out. And there was, some drama, and then just one day Dave Landau was not there anymore. So we figured that, okay, something happened. Maybe he's, he's a stand-up comic. Maybe he's just doing all of that. But with Steven Crowder, of course, we know there is always more to the story. So Dave Landau went on the You're Welcome podcast, hosted by Michael Malice. If you're not familiar with Michael Malice, you definitely want to check him out. And just basically tells all. So Ricardo said, I can't stand Landau, but he's a saint compared to Crowder. You can always see the forced laughter from the crew. Crowder's clear discomfort when someone's actually getting genuine laughs. This is going to be starred because this is going to be a theme of the night. Hey, we got Ben in the building. Welcome to the party, Ben. I dig that profile picture. What is good? We are just jumping into this podcast where Dave Landau is telling all about Steven Crowder. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
The White Pill is available now at whitepillbook.com. This episode is brought to you by Patriot Gold.
Oh my goodness. Dan, we haven't even started already. Dan is here. What an entrance. Thank you. Let's get the biggest treat we got in here. That's right. Every single super chat comes with a treat for Morty, aka Jesus Cat right here. Yeah, Dan's back. Woo! Thank you so much to Dan. And of course, I gotta change that in the banner, but the highest donation makes you the sponsor of the stream. Thank you, Dan. MG says, I didn't watch Ladder with Crowder, only some of his shorts on YouTube. Yeah, what I often say is that Steven Crowder is for people who already agree with Steven Crowder. So if you're coming in to watch his content with, not a full understanding of who he is, you're probably not going to like him unless, like I said, you already agree with him. And it's just it's sad because he's a smart guy. He's definitely got a lot to offer. But somebody made the comment that he is he used to be a bully, and he didn't realize that over time he had become the bully himself. Hey, we got Lil Toes in the building. What is good? What is good? Oh, we gonna get into it. We gonna get into it. Hey, we also got Frodo. What is good? What is good? Just met Frodo in the Destiny server. Welcome to the show. We are just getting into business, and let's do it. Oh, that's a long intro. Come on. Really?
Mike Von Alex here. Let that be your welcome for the next hour. This is going to be a really fun and exciting episode because we have with us my dear friend, comedian Dave Landau. He's the opposite of Dave Smith. Your jokes land. And you've got...
Hey, come on. We love Dave Smith over here. Hey, we got the Camcast. What is good? What is good? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Sponsor of the last stream says, yo, Steven Crowder is emo. Going through his divorce. You can tell he's really going to miss his wife. Maybe. There are some rumors floating around that he's gay. I'm just saying, I was in a Twitter space with Nuance Bro yesterday, and he was sure. I don't know what he knows that I don't, but he was sure. So, I mean, this is more about Crowder in general, not specific to the divorce, but there's a lot. There is a lot.
A lot of good news to talk to us about. You also, I want to talk about your new comedy special, which is called A Prison 10. I can't wait to want to watch it. It's going to be awesome. Now, let's talk about the exciting good news you have. You have a big, and by the way, Dave is the only person, well, not the only, but I trusted Dave to guest host my show, Nightshade, my beloved long lost show, which I miss dearly. So I do have him very much on a pedestal. Dave, can you tell the mentally disabled people that I refer to as my audience, you've got some exciting news, which would obviously speak to them, given your brand of mentally disabled comedy.
Yes, I'm sure they're very familiar.
So if you guys are not familiar with me, I do definitely love my context. So they talk a little bit about his comedy and stuff for a little bit, but I do want you to hear it just to get, especially if you're not familiar with Dave Landau, to get a feeling of who he is, where he's coming from, and because that really matters when it comes to the accusations that he is putting out there.
I have many, many mentally disabled fans. I want to say hello and ahoy. Yes, I do have big news.
I don't know where your guardian is.
No, I'm not. Well, my Wrangler's actually in the other room, to be honest. He's playing video games. he's checking my homework, which is actually it's partially a manifesto, but it's...
Hey, we got Nick in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Saying what is up to Dan Jensen, sponsor of the stream. Says, how's everyone doing today? Looking forward to seeing what's happening. Thanks to the Indian Jesus. Thank you, Nick, and welcome, welcome, welcome.
It's written in crayon, which you taught me the word crayon.
Yes, I did.
Crayon, remember?
That's fair.
Mm-hmm. True story. I'm actually going to be having a sketch show coming out and a bit of a podcast, and that's going to be coming out on The Blaze. I decided to announce it here first because you're one of my very good friends, and a lot of people have been asking me where I'm going and what I'm doing, and it was hard to make that decision. Actually, well, that's a lie, but it was a decision that I did have to make, and I'm happy to be doing it, and it's going to be something that I'm doing with a group of friends, and I'm really, really excited about it in the future, of the future of being able to kind of go against the machine with sketch comedy.
So Glenn wouldn't take your call. Sarah wouldn't take your call. Allie wouldn't take your call. Chad didn't take your call. Right. Stu is on one of his drunken stabbing sprees. They call it going Stu.
Yes.
And so now you have, and Steve, I hope Steve is actually doing well. He had a health scare last week, and he's in the hospital.
So Frodo, when you say, why does conservative media suck so much, who specifically are you talking about? Just so I know what we're talking about.
Well, no, but he's
kidding.
Doing much better.
I don't know.
He's a good dude. We had a lot of fun on election night. So can we talk a bit about when's this show going to premiere? What's it going to look like? This is very exciting. Alex Stein also didn't take a call. There's another one. Yeah.
Yes, he's afraid to take my call. He's too worried about my former connections.
What do you want me to do about it?
Yeah,
I'm trying to do my part.
You to make him look like a putz.
Yes.
You don't want to make Alex Stein look bad and someone not to take seriously.
Yes, I mean, he's got pimp on a blimp for a set, and he doesn't want to not look like a newsman. You know, you just want to make sure he's taken seriously at all costs, and I respect that.
Yes, you have to respect the.
So MJ said, how old is this video? This is 6 days old. Not familiar with either of these. So this is Dave Landau over here. He on the right. He was the guy that was in the third chair that got fired from Crowder's show. And on the left is Michael Malice. He's he's a political guy, but just the host of the podcast. So they're gonna get into all of that good stuff. Hey, we got Kelly Green in the building. Sudden. Welcome to the party. We also got Indie Film. Welcome. Exactly. Says, I was a big Crowder fan. Not so sure now. I feel the exact same way. And we're going to get into all of that.
The artist in his craft.
Exactly. And even
like I said, I love my context.
Even yesterday I was taking pictures there, and they're like, do you want to go in your underwear like Alex Stein? And I was like, no, I'll have some level of respect for myself.
Put a 1 in the chat if you love Alex Stein.
Yes.
So, no, he's a good dude, man. I'm actually really looking forward to working with that guy. He's very funny.
He's a lot of fun.
Yeah, really good dude. Well, right now we're sort of just in the beginning phases because I just made it happen. I went to them and pitched, and it's going to be a podcast with me and Quarter-Black, and it's going to also be sketch comedy. And
so if you didn't hear that, he said it's going to be a show with me and Quarter-Black. So Quarter-Black meaning Quarter-Black, Jared Garrett. Whatever, another one of the people who used to work for Crowder on camera and then just disappeared. I don't even remember when he disappeared because he, like all the other people, Sven Computer, and they'll come up as I remember them. I don't remember them right now, but they just disappear because Steven Crowder has them sign the NDA, and Dave was like, I'm not doing that. So he's the only one who's out here being able to tell us what's really good.
We're going to put it sort of together. It was a pilot that I put together called Normal World that I ended up putting out on my own YouTube that I put together, filmed the whole thing with my sort of on my own dime.
What's your YouTube link for people to follow?
The DT Landau, because I didn't want anybody to find it.
Notice real quick how Michael Malice just said, hey, plug your stuff. Just keep that in mind.
I had it for like 10 years and I never touched it because I was on other people's shows for the last 5 years. Okay. So I put it out there, and I just made it over the course of a year with a group of friends. And we put it out, and we decided that in the last few months I was going to go my own way, and decided to sell it. And they picked it up. I had a few offers from people. We were maybe going to do the independent route, but a group of us made it, and we're going to do this, and I'm very excited. It's probably going to come out towards the end of May, beginning of June.
So the fact that he is going to be working with another person who has been slighted, to say the least, by Crowder is I don't know exactly how that's going to be impactful, but it definitely is impactful. And when yeah, we're getting there. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Yeah, the understanding that two of them have a lot in common. Two of them have been on Crowder's show. Two of them have been, the most popular conservative show and all that. So it'll be really interesting to see what they come up with.
I really like the people at the Blaze. I've got a close relationship with virtually everyone there. It's a really good kind of vibe in the office as well. The people who work there behind the scenes.
Frodo, you hate the Blaze too? I assume you do.
Take their job seriously. They're good at it. They like it. It's not this kind of catty backstabby thing like you might find in some other networks. So you're going to have a lot of fun there from what I've seen. They've got a very good reputation. And I also really appreciate how they are going into this direction between Alex and you.
Thank you so
because,
much for the likes,
I think
guys. Really
an
appreciate
Achilles
it.
heel of theirs, and I'm sure they wouldn't disagree, is that a lot of it was very kind of grim and relentless and very serious. Stu has his moments. He's definitely, Glenn does have a good sense of humor. Sarah is a goofball. But I think having like literally comedy first shows like Alex and then you really will complement their final nail in the coffin of America, doom and gloomery.
So remember, he's saying about comedy first. The reason that Steven Crowder rose to fame, or whatever you want to call it, is because it's not like he was covering different stories than other channels. It's not like he was talking about other things that nobody else was talking about. It was that he was specifically injecting comedy into what he was saying to make it more funny. And for a long time, he was funny. And then he slowly started to fade. Hey, we got David Banner in the building. Welcome to the party. Says Crowder is the bottom of the barrel. He is not funny. I like I said, I think he used to be funny. And just a lot of the stuff that we're about to hear, it makes a lot of sense, the changes that we've seen. We got Zags in the building. Welcome to the party.
That is the rest of their 24/7 programming.
Yes, I agree. It's so many of the channels too, you just don't want to have interchangeable heads. And I'm not saying that's what they were, but a lot of them are, and that's really something that they need. And I like the fact that they were willing to bring in sort of the dark sense of humor.
Yeah.
And they watched it and they liked it. They were like, the last sketch, Demon Molesters, might have been a little much, but other than that, we really liked what you guys did there. And they were on board with it and enjoyed it. And it was just pretty cool. And they actually are about letting you do what you want to do.
I just had an idea for a sketch, and I'm just going to throw it to you. Take it or throw it in the garbage. It's your show. But Matt Walsh sitting sitting down with someone and telling them that their adoptive mom is not their mom and that this is a lie and that's not how biology works. And you're actually, and it's like, was my mom dead? No. Well,
it took me a second, but the adoption biology got it.
You heard to heaven. Well, your mom's definitely not there. And just telling all these adopted kids that he's against this whole adopted parent agenda and so on and so forth.
Just sitting him down. Your mom was what's known as a biker's bitch. And
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. You got an idea of what they're talking about. Let's make sure.
Let's talk about that. Okay.
On the show for Steven was going to be shortly before 9/11. Yes. I joined in February 2021 when Anthony, I thought, was going to be moving to South Carolina.
Anthony Cumia, he's talking about.
Yeah.
So Steven had made an offer to come work for him, and I had been guesting on the show fairly regularly, so I took him up on that offer.
Okay.
And that was the moment he knew.
How did you find it? Let's talk about that. You want to talk about the end? You want to talk about the beginning? How do you want to talk about this situation?
The beginning was great. For a while, it really was. It was a lot of hanging out, collaborating, putting out sketches, doing the things that I was hired for.
The honeymoon phase.
It's definitely a grind, but that was part of it. The pot was sweetened, so to speak, is what I was offered. It was not this gigantic payday that everybody seemed to think. It was almost no bump, but
you didn't get $50 million.
No, I didn't get. I got about $1,000 extra a year, but it's hard to talk about money, but it was. But I knew that it would help on the road, and he wanted me to be there on more Fridays, and that started being a point of tension.
Remember, Dave Landau is a stand-up comedian, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but specifically Friday and Saturday are going to be big days that he needs to be able to build his own career. Zig says, is Crowder left or right or center? What's his vibe? He is firmly in the right. I wouldn't call him like far right or anything, but he is adamantly conservative. He was actually born in Canada, but when he came, I guess he saw how that was over there, and came here, and he's been very conservative.
Because I started making money on the road. But, and I did say I would be there on more Fridays, but every time I would show up, he wouldn't show up.
Okay.
And I just said, all right, well, I'm just going to work or go and see my son. And, he's in Detroit. And I said, as long as everything was working out, there was a possibility that they could move there.
Yeah. They meaning you and your family.
Yes. So about a year went by, and things had gotten more tense. Like, things were more restrictive. For example, I had
So actually, for those who are not super familiar with Steven Crowder, those of you that are, bear with me. I'm going to try to make this as short as possible. He is one of these conservatives that pushes, that free speech is the only thing that matters. Obviously, and then he's talking about like it's not about the money, it's about the movement, and we have to care about society and this and that. And then, if you're not familiar, he had a very public dispute with the Daily Wire when they tried to bring him on, offering him $50 million, and he cried about it and went on this whole drama tour and everything. And it's just he's one of those.
Had been more censored as things went on, where I couldn't, for example, say the word "cum."
Okay.
Like ejaculate. I forgot when I made the joke that was offensive or whatever it was.
You could only eat it. You couldn't say it's going to go in your mouth, not come out of your mouth.
I could eat it with a spoon, or I could say yummy yum yums while referring to it, but I could never actually say.
I could eat it with a fork. I could eat it on a ship. I can't finish the rhyme, but you get me.
I could refer to. I could go, those are nice gutters you have, but I couldn't say that I had the gutters.
They're vascular. I'm very pleased with them these days.
Yeah. Are yours still there?
They're back. Yeah.
Good for you. I don't have cum gutters at all.
Don't say that.
Well, I just don't. I'm sorry.
You're not allowed to use that word in this show.
I forgot about the email you sent me.
No, you're not allowed to use the word gutters. Any reference to manual labor is for bot.
I'm sorry. I don't have the cum. And then, it became a little weird because a light was put in where it was.
Pay attention to this. A light was put in. And Ziggs, yes, he said no to $50 million to do exactly the same thing he's doing. And he said no. And the reason that he told us was that because it was a predatory contract and that he's fine. But what about the up and coming YouTuber that's trying to push this message, the young people? What about them? And then he goes and signs with Rumble. So a lot about the bringing Candace Owens into the divorce that he just announced, I think yesterday, that he is getting divorced from his wife, and somehow he brought Candace Owens into it by saying when the Daily Wire beef was going on, Candace Owens was saying, like, look, he's got a lot going on in his life, and maybe we just need to pray for him. And basically, that's it. I mean, she was snarky with it for sure, but she really didn't say anything. And now somehow, I forget the exact word, but he's like, she exposed me. And it's like, what are you talking about? I would not be surprised. But yeah, so a light was put in.
It was his rant button. And it was basically a Dave Don't Talk button.
Wait, so there's literally a light bulb? What color was the light bulb?
There was 4 lights in a row.
There were 3 lights.
I'm serious. And when it was hit, I wasn't supposed to talk. And they
said, was it like a regular colored light bulb, or was it like red?
It was like a yellow, a pretty bright yellow, like like yield.
So it's like off camera, but in your eyesight.
Yes, and
would he be the one pressing the button, or was there a producer pressing the button?
He would press it.
So like Mr. Burns, like he had a button under his desk or the table, and when it's Steven's turn to talk and Dave needs to shut the F up, he presses this button.
So that's just our first peek into something that, like, how else would we have this information? How else would we have this information? Quarter-Black Garret, Not Gay Jared, Sven Computer, all the people that were personalities on this show that just disappeared, signed a non-disclosure agreement so they couldn't say any of these things. And this is just the beginning. But putting in a shut the F up button or a light, this shows how much Crowder is really just so dramatic and purports to be about this, tough, strong, conservative man and all this. But at the end of the day, he acts like a feminine snowflake. It's one thing to say all these things. It's a completely different thing to live them.
Yes.
How do I get this to happen? Because frankly, we're 13 minutes in and you're already on my last number. This is with Michael Malice.
Aren't you hitting it now? Oh, that's just Zoom doing it. He had that. Well, and then I was told that he's like, well, that was always there. And I'm like, no, I would.
Well, here's the thing, MJ. Says I'm offended about the feminine part of the snowflake. I'm not saying anything about good or bad to be feminine. What Steven Crowder is saying is that if you are a man, you shouldn't be, doing this, that, or the other. And I don't necessarily think it's, the feminization of boys and men is a good thing either. But he is the one who is pushing out this air of masculinity. And it's just like, bro, you're not masculine at all. You're very insecure. And all, everything that you purport to hate from the left and the liberals and all that, you're doing the exact same thing every time. Nick says that's a narcissist, I'd say. Well, I don't like, despite the fact that I have a psychology degree, I don't like to diagnose people. We can definitely say that is narcissistic. But for sure. Real quick, let's go to the poll here. The poll was, does Steven Crowder represent himself honestly? And we're pretty much split down the middle, 54-45 for 11 votes. So I'm very interested. I'm going to do the same poll at the end and see if that changes. It says Canadian lib in disguise. Facts. And he is very good at playing the character of the typical American conservative, but he just doesn't live that life. It's a character. Fair enough, MJ.
I would have noticed the light and been told about it. That's,
folks, you know how ExpressVPN protects your privacy?
Yeah, get ExpressVPN. Oh, come on.
Located. Dramas could also be like console hundreds of express malware enough in its sense. Golf and clean all.
Really?
Viewers comfort. Let's get back to the show. Wait. So you were? It's wait. In all seriousness, it's possible that the bulb was always there, but I mean, it is of no relevance if some light comes on if you're not informed of the fact that the purpose of this light is to silence you. Like,
correct.
If you and I are in a room and a lamp turns on, we're not like, oh crap, Crowder's talking somewhere. Let's just be quiet.
Well, it's almost literal gaslighting, except with electricity. Because you're like, that wasn't there, and you're like, no, it was. And you're
That's
like,
the
no,
reboot.
I know it wasn't there.
The reboot is it's always been electricity. It was never a gas.
Yeah, it's updated for the 50s.
Literally electronics.
And you're like, I know it wasn't there. So
wait. So how were you informed that there is don't talk light, and what was your reaction?
I was pissed a bit because I know my job. I
Right.
know that he talks a lot. I know that he's the star of the show. I know when to throw him what he needs to be thrown. I know when to sit back. It's what I did with Anthony for years. It's what I did next to Artie. It's what it's what I do. I'm not trying to ever steamroll him.
And that's an important point, because if you are running a show with multiple people, it is important that we understand where's the focus. It is louder with Crowder. It's not louder with Dave. But that and it seems like Crowder doesn't have the security to the self-esteem to be able to let Dave or whoever else go out and do their thing and take the attention away from him. He needs all eyes on Crowder. He needs, trust me, there's a lot here. I don't want to spoil what we're getting into, but there's so much. Zig says, during the first fight, Candace was hinting Crowder is actually gay. So here we are. Huge fail by Crowder. Facts. Not facts. I don't know if he's gay, but it certainly would not surprise me in any way.
Right.
It was just, hey, don't be funnier. Don't be, and that's the truth. It sounds bitter, but I knew it was true because
don't be funnier.
I was pulled aside and I said, and it was, hey, make sure if you're doing a rant or like you guys are riffing, he gets the last word.
You were told this explicitly?
Yes.
Make sure he gets the last word. Well, that is a strong masculine man if I ever met one.
Well, is it that maybe he didn't want to talk over you, so that the show is called Louder with Crowder, but not Loudest with Crowder? So
Yes.
he wants to it's about a 7, but not at a 10. You can
Yes.
understand that.
So even though they're, Michael Miles is obviously joking about that, it is important to put those ideas out there and play the devil's advocate without having to say, without having to undercut Dave's experience, to just put that idea out there and see what he does with it.
Yeah, I think that was it. It was all about the title, and I wasn't respecting it, so there needed to be a light. And I had to make sure that, he got the last thing. So even if I did have a funnier joke, I would just leave it out. It was important for the fans to not hear it. I always felt that my job as a comedian was to leave out the good one.
Yeah, and the other thing I was going to say is that having when you're working with a team, having the understanding that you are not the star of the show, and that it doesn't mean that anybody's better or worse, but that this is what the show is. Having that understanding from your co-host is huge. It's huge. So the fact that Dave is like, yeah, I totally got that. I'm not trying to be the star of the show. I understand. I'm third chair. That's something that is strong. And still Crowder was so insecure that he had to tell Dave to stop telling jokes, stop making his own show funnier, because it wasn't Crowder being funnier.
That's it. I don't know. I've never heard of that, to be honest. I mean, I don't feel like that's a thing, but maybe, what do I know? I've never been a co-host.
I've heard it in radio a couple times. Very
really?
Rarely.
Okay.
Yeah, but I have heard of it where it's just the star needs to look like the star. So
Okay.
I guess, it's his show, fine. But I also feel like somebody who's so pro free speech and non-censorship, he was really about censorship.
Okay.
For somebody who is so for pro free speech and non-censorship, he was really about censorship. And it's sad. I was definitely taken in by the character of let's say the Louder with Crowder character for a long time. And I mean, you guys know, if you've been here for a while, that I used to be a liberal. And so I used to hate Steven Crowder. But then as I started getting older and getting smarter and realizing that, liberals are lying to everybody. I mean, everybody's lying to everybody, but that's a whole other discussion for another day. And to see that this is the man behind the character, it's sad. It's sad. MJ said, well, what show had Ed McMahon as the side host? I don't know. I'm too young for that. Where's Carly? We need our resident fact checker. David says because Crowder isn't funny. That's like Conan telling Andy Richter that making the show funnier is bad for production. That is a perfect analogy. Thank you, David. That is a perfect analogy. Again, if you're not familiar, what's his first name? I'm blanking. What's Conan's first name? I mean, last name. Conan. Whatever. The Conan show. The second chair was the fat guy, Andy Richter. It's exactly the same thing. Conan O'Brien. Thank you. That's brain fart. The Conan O'Brien show. And so it's exactly the same thing. Great pointing that out. Was spot on. I'm just anyway, Ed McMahon wasn't supposed to be funnier than the host guy. Was it Johnny Carson? Was that? I mean, I don't know. I'm just old TV names. But yeah, that's pathetic. That's pathetic. Being a masculine man means being confident in your own skills. If you're not confident in your own skills, working to make those skills better. Having competition. You never want to be the smartest in the room. You never want to be hey, welcome to the party, RP with the fact check, the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Thank you. And welcome to the party. Frodo says, I think liberal ideas are better, and that's why I'm a liberal. But most people care more about the spokesperson than the ideas. I can definitely agree with that last part. I don't necessarily think that, I mean, depends on what we talk about when we say liberal, the classical liberal versus, the people who are voting for Biden today are certainly not necessarily in the same group. But I don't necessarily agree with that part, but I definitely agree that it's more about the spokesperson than the ideas, and that's a bad thing. We need to be able to latch on to ideas, and that's actually what. Well, actually, let me not go there. But yeah, the spot on. David Benderson, unless you're 14, does anybody find his slam dunking on emotional college kids funny or insightful at all? Crowder's gimmick is to be brave in the face of safety. Yeah, I mean, same thing. At first, I was like, oh, change my mind. This is a great idea. This is a great idea to get how people are actually thinking and have real conversations and this and that and whatever. But then all you ever do is go to college campuses and talk to kids. Like, what are you doing? Why don't you? You're the biggest conservative YouTuber on YouTube. Find some other people that are a little bit smarter. But he's not that smart, and he knows it. That's why. Exactly.
Okay.
Both me. But he was going through surgery that was a big deal at the time and stuff. I was fairly forgiving of it.
So that's actually another good point too. Sorry to keep interrupting the video, but again, those of you who are new here, this is what we do. He had twins, and then he had a open heart surgery, something super serious. And so, when the Daily Wire beef was going on, a lot of stuff, specifically Candace Owens' comment about, oh, we need to pray for him. It was like, okay, well, there's something going on in his personal life. And because we knew about the twins that were born premature, we knew about his heart surgery. There was a lot of leeway for Crowder. But I think that ends today.
And then about a year in, it was February 2022 for the Super Bowl.
Right after 9/11.
It was right after 9/11.
The nation was healing.
None of us could forget. And I was selling flags. I was making just a
I think this is going to be a recurring joke. That right before we, when I was skipping that, he said that Dave Landau joined the show in 2000, and Michael said one. Obviously not. So they're talking about 9/11.
Off of
You're
tiny
making
flags.
a killing. Come on,
killing.
that's money on the table. I was making a killing at ground zero.
Yes,
dude. This is why you had the light.
I was. I was trying to build a mosque.
If you guys aren't familiar with Michael Malice, definitely check him out.
People were very upset, and I didn't understand why. So these are my beliefs. And so I was plotting a big Patriot Day event, and that was a big day. So I forgot where we were.
We're talking about a year after. Yeah.
So Nick says, thanks, Crowder. We really needed to give the left a reason to criticize the right. What a dumbass. Agreed. I think all of the drama that's gone on in the, I guess the online conservative spaces all centers around Steven Crowder and him acting like a child. Like, bro, what are you doing?
He wanted me to film a special.
Okay.
And
what kind of
I'm sorry, he didn't. I wanted to.
You wanted to film a special, okay.
Yeah. Stand-up comedy. So I had decided I was going to buy the equipment and film the special in Dallas. And we were selling out this theater. And he decided he wanted to get back into stand-up, which he had done when he was younger.
Okay.
And he had just been a host since then. So he said, hey, can I jump on and open it, and I'll help promote it. And you can help me maybe write some of my stuff, get me back into it, and I'll help promote it. And I said, sure.
So yeah, Frodo, I completely agree here. Says to David, this is true as F. It seems like people on both sides do this. Absolutely. Finding people making terrible arguments and saying stupid-ish when they are emotional, and then point at them as being the standard. This goes back to the whole idea of dogmatic thinking. They're not, when you have a conversation with somebody on either side who's dug their heels in and they think they know what they know and that there's nothing that can change, even having that conversation is going to drive them further into that position. And that is what I call, that's what I see as dogmatic thinking. Not being willing and open to hear other ideas. Spot on. Frodo goes on to say, I saw the Indian Jesus did this for a short about teachers not wanting to carry guns, and a teacher said something really stupid. What did they say? Hey, there she is. We got our resident fact checker, Harley Rose, in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
Of course. So we ended up selling out 2 shows, obviously, instead of just 1, because he was
Yeah.
helping promote it and he's a draw. So we went there and Matt McClowery was the opener.
He's been on this show as well. People can look back. Yep.
Oh,
Autistic,
brilliant.
Literally autistic comedian Matt McClowery. Very funny.
Literally autistic, yes.
Yes.
So again, keep that in mind. An autistic comedian named Matthew.
Yeah, the real deal, the real kind of shooter. And
He's trans too.
You don't know?
Dude, he's really passionate.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Oh, that was a bar.
Yeah, the real deal, the real kind of shooter. And
He's trans too.
He's trans
You didn't know?
too.
Dude, he's really passing as a freak.
Yeah, he does a great job. Born a lady, but totally
Exactly.
total
David.
candlelight vigil. And he went up and got a standing ovation after Steven, and Steven kind of saw we were friends. And after that, I pulled Steven aside, and Steven couldn't do the Monday show, and I said, could Matt come in and co-host with me? He said, yeah.
So again, just if you're not following, they all did a stand-up comedy show together. The Matt guy was the closer and got a standing ovation. And then Dave was like, hey, let's bring him in if you're not going to be there. Photo says they said ish about not wanting to wait, what? They said ish about not wanting to shoot their own kids, which obviously was not the point, but he used them as an example without pointing out that they are just being emotional. I'm not. Oh, the teachers. Yeah. I hear you. David Manor says yes, because there is no discourse or conversation. It literally feeds their families to have I win moments. And that is exactly what we are trying to change. That is exactly what we are trying to change here. Spot on, David. Spot on.
So now it's Super Bowl Sunday. The whole special went great. I paid everybody to film it except for one other person, Tim, who was there to film Steven's set. And I was very looking forward to the special coming out.
So he
and
paid.
Monday or Sunday had rolled around, and I get a call from the showrunner that said Matt's not allowed to do the show.
How did they tell you? Like literally what they say?
Via text. It was just Matt's not allowed. Matt can. It's been like decided, something like that. Matt, I can find the text,
but the word is allowed. It's not like we don't have time or won't fit the schedule. The word was allowed.
Matt's
or
not allowed
permitted
to
or something like that. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So we have a situation where somebody is funny. Somebody got a standing ovation from a crowd, looking to looking to fill in, vouched for by Dave, and just like, oh no, not happening. I'm talking about your school board meeting short. I don't specifically remember that, but I remember what you're talking about, and it's all emotional. It's all emotional. Nobody is willing to have the emotional conversations, but understand that they are emotional conversations and that you have to be aware of that and put that to the side so that we can speak about this rationally and logically. Dave Banner says, I never liked Crowder and the fact that he made that bootlicker video about how George Floyd could have survived by listening and that the knee on his neck, quote, isn't that bad. I knew his opinion doesn't need my ears at all. Fair enough. Yeah, that was, I mean, I understand where he was coming from. I don't think it was a good idea to do, but I understand where he's coming from. But it was just like, what do you think people are going to think of this? People think you're just mocking the situation. How does that help move your message forward? How does that help fulfill the mission? You're just dunking for the I win moments.
To do the show on Monday.
Was there any explanation at all?
No.
Okay.
So I said, that's odd. I already asked Steven and he said it was okay.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, that's weird. I must have gotten mixed messages. So I just texted Steven and said, hey, I just talked to the showrunner. I just want to make sure it's still cool that Matt comes in. And he texted me something back along the lines of what's done is done.
Oh.
And I said,
what does that mean? It's your show.
remember that these guys they were friends long before they were working together. I mean, just like Jeremy Boring and Crowder were friends. But this is how he treats people. Once you get into that circle, once he has a little bit of power over you, this is how he acts. Alvaro says the only way George would have survived was being taken to the hospital, not to jail. I think, yeah, that's probably correct. We will never know for sure, but I think that's most likely the situation.
Wait,
Yes.
maybe he had a light, and when the light went on, decision making ceases. See, you have the yellow light, he's got the red light in his house. It's lights all the way up.
It's true.
Yeah, he's saying what's done is done, but it's like, bro, it's your show. What do you mean what's done is done?
Maybe when I asked him, he was seeing a green light.
Yes, you idiot.
Yeah, I know.
This is how show business works. It
is the business of show, and
Yes.
I am not paying attention to the
How
light.
are you going to show things without lights? You're going to show them in the dark. That makes no sense.
Very little sense.
Yes.
And
Unless
really,
it's a movie, I guess. I guess that's showing things in the dark. Well, I guess this is why I'm sitting here in my demon chair instead of in a nice studio.
It's fine. I'm blurring out my background so nobody knows what this hellish life is.
This opium den.
Yeah, it really is. There's sadness behind me. I've
And
asked everybody
around you and inside you.
So there's a lot of mothers going to hell behind me.
So he just says, "What's done is done."
Yeah, and I said, "What does that mean? It's your show," which is ironic. That's what he
Exactly.
said. And my phone rings, and I don't want to go greatly into the conversation between us, but it was. He's like, do you still want to be on Louder with Crowder? And I said, not at the moment. And he starts going off on me. And now there's a ton of people in my apartment who can hear it.
Wait, he's literally raising his voice?
He's screaming at me.
Okay, so literally raising his voice, not just being stern, like to the point where it's audible.
Now, I want to, the fact that they're friends, I understand that if you are friends and then you go into business together and Crowder is above you, then there's a certain level of authority that you have to respect. But on the other hand, there should be a lot of grace coming from Crowder's side, given that Dave is capitulating to every little thing that he's asking for. He's not treating him fairly. According to Dave, obviously, we don't know his side of it. And it's just like, why? How is this a good way to be a person, run a business, be a friend, any of these things?
It's audible, yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, it's started stern, but then it got into telling me that he owns me, and
in those words.
Yes.
Wow.
I own you. Show me a person who has said unironically to another person, "I own you," and I will show you somebody who is not a good person.
Oh.
Yeah. He owns me, and once you say
it must have been on clearance. I mean, no one.
I was on sale, baby.
Neither of us can even reach the top shelf, let alone sit on it.
No. It's. I was in a basket with a bunch of balls. I was in a looted Walmart. Yeah, it was venomous, and I don't know what he was going through at that point, and I just was like, dude, it was all this projection coming at me.
Projection. That is going to be the word of the night. Projection. So Hollywood says, after the PBD podcast, you could tell Crowder had no idea how to run a business. And I do. Yeah. We covered that on this channel, and we cover the whole beef. And I was saying that the only, at first, the very first video that Crowder put out where he had the blacked out contract, I took it at face value. I didn't know any better. I took it at face value. I'm like, okay, I don't know what these contracts are like. I only got 1,000 subscribers. Ain't nobody coming over here to give me money for not like you guys, obviously. Shout out to Dan Jensen. But you know what I mean? Nobody's offering me contracts like that. So I just assumed, okay, then he must be, being honest about this. And I'm even so dumb that I didn't even realize that it was the Daily Wire. I was like, well, he didn't say who it was, but apparently everybody else knew that, with that short of blocking out 2 letters, what else could it be? But I was like, it could be Fox. And so I was with him. I was like, yeah, it's all about the message. I'm one of these small creators. I want to do I want to be part of this, and I want to support somebody who's looking to support me. That makes a lot of sense. Hey, we got Logan in the building. Welcome to the party, We are just talking about Steven Crowder. We've got Dave Landau on the You're Welcome podcast, giving us all the tea. Welcome to the party, Logan. But yeah, so when all of that happened, and then Crowder made it seem like he's doing some grassroots movement to help other people, and he doesn't even care, and he's going to be a martyr to make sure that the conservative message goes forward, whatever it was. Then he goes on, then, Jeremy Boring does his video, goes through the whole contract and sees that it's, pretty standard contract. And then Crowder goes on Timcast and he is, trying to say like, oh, it's not about that. It's not about me. Take the money out of it. What about the up and coming creators? It's still on that same thing. So, okay. Then he goes silent for a while. Then he goes on the PBD podcast, the Value Tainment podcast with Patrick Bet-David. And I'm expecting, when I saw that I'm like, oh, let's go. I'm pretty sure that's still my highest viewed stream. Because I'm like, okay, it's all there. The Stop Big Con stuff. This is when we're going to see what Steven Crowder has been working on. What was worth throwing his friend Jeremy Boring, CEO of the Daily Wire, what was worth throwing him under the bus by recording a phone call that was supposed to be just a holiday phone call. Hey, how you doing? How are the kids? And he recorded it to play on the air. Projection. Projection is the word of the night.
Let's slow down because you're a comic, right?
Yes.
So I'm obviously not a comedian, but there have been many moments in my life when things are so surreal that I could, even if they're disturbing to experience, on some level, I could be like, this is hilarious. Not hilarious, but like, yeah, no, hilarious. Like this is just in the terms of absurdity. Like if someone is sitting there screaming at me, I own you. It's just like there's no Venn diagram in my background between that and reality, other than that brief period when I was a slave in Libya. But we don't talk about that as much anymore after the Obama administration. So
I was once a slave. I made mugs for a talk show. Go on.
Was this the first time he had yelled at you?
In that way, yes, where it had come out where I saw a different person that I had heard rumors about.
Rumors. And then notice that's the first time. So once Dave expresses that he doesn't want to be part of Louder with Crowder, now he's no use to Crowder. So even though he's been treating him like crap the whole time, now we can really give it to him.
Had Anthony Cumia ever yelled at you like that?
Oh, no.
Or at all? Okay.
No. Anthony and I never even looked at each other in a bad way.
Okay. So
when I left the show, I've never said a bad word about him, and likewise.
I mean, I yelled at you, but that was just for my own. I didn't say I owned you. I said I don't want you. It's not the same.
No.
I said I disown you.
I was trying to hug you at the time, and I guess it wasn't the right situation.
He should be a comedian.
Well, we were on a precipice.
I mean, it hurt. But I feel like it was half my fault.
Good, you've learned. the gaslighting worked. It's your fault.
Yeah, I've always learned that. Ever since mother taught me as a boy, it's mostly my fault.
This is why mommy and daddy can't live together. It's because you're too dumb and ugly.
That's right.
And neither of us wants you.
Listen, we're leaving, but it's just because of you.
Yeah, we still love each other very much.
Do you see the pictures before?
See, this is what comedians do. Like, okay, we got the joke. Let's move on. Let's get on.
For you, how we're together. Well, do you see how the ones
always workshopping?
But
I mean, there we go.
You must. So let's just live in this moment for a bit because it's just very jarring to me, right? So you're already kind of ticked that your buddy Matt, who had a good audience reaction that Steven was privy to, Steven had said, "Hey, have him on the show." To your face that he's allowed on. So that, and then just to be kind of for Matt to be dismissed summarily, it's got to suck. Did you have the opportunity to even tell Matt he's pulled before this whole interaction happened?
No, but Matt was very well. One, Matt could hear, and also
Matt was there.
Yeah, Matt was in the room. Yeah.
Oh,
and also he's very intelligent. He read the situation immediately and kind of could read it the night before because Matt did very well.
I thought that was a thing with autism that you're not very good at reading the room, but all right.
But here's the other thing. Sorry to interrupt you. Matt isn't like, hey, I got this buddy back in Detroit. He should be your show. Steven saw firsthand that Matt is a professional comedian and responded well to Steven's same audience. So this isn't like some hearsay thing. I got this great buddy. We went to high school together. You should have him on.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying before, is that it's not like Crowder didn't see that this person would fit the audience and fit the show. So what happened?
No, he got a standing ovation as an opener in 2 shows in front of him.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So as he's yelling, like, what is going through your head?
You're like, is this really...
The only thing bothered me just because I don't like being talked to like that.
Yeah.
Who likes being talked to like that?
Yeah, who does?
At all.
Right?
But it was comical in a lot of ways, because it's just, I understand that there's going to be a touch of narcissism to anybody who's sort of in that field. I get it.
Oh, yeah.
But
going hubris, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, it was so over the top that I was trying not to laugh. And then he said Matt couldn't do his closing bit, which was killer because it was too dirty. And you've seen
wait, hold on. He couldn't do the closing bit on stage?
If we were going to tour together in the future, Matt couldn't do his closing bit on stage. Somehow that comes up. So you could tell.
How is that in the realm of anything that you feel like you like, even if you're entitled to and drunk with power in your own company? How could you think that just because you're touring with another comedian, you can dictate what jokes they can and can't tell? And secondly, why would you want to? You're supposed to be the free speech guy.
There was this projection of how he was angry of how well that did.
Wait. Okay, I'm sorry. I need to linger on this for a moment because this is kind of surprising to me. He told you to tell your friend who you don't own that if he's going to tour with you, there is a joke that is the closing joke. You close on the strong joke. You don't close on, whatever, like any of your material.
Yes.
And you let him know he can't end on the closer that kills, that gets standing ovations.
That's the truest to him about being a high school wrestler.
But so he can't. But it's not like this. But I'd bring the joke. It's not like this joke is a Nazi joke, endorsing, lynching or endorsing like something horrifically offensive.
Oh
yeah, so that would make a little bit more sense. That okay, I don't really want to be touring with somebody who's not only joking about this stuff that I don't like, but their closing joke, their big punchline of the punchlines is something either super gross or super offensive or whatever. It's just
No. That's
right.
More Stevens. But
I'm just clarifying for the audience. It's like, it's not like he's saying, hey, if I'm touring with this guy, this joke makes it look like I'm, kind of I endorse slavery or something crazy like that. That's not what he's saying.
Right. Like that would make a little bit of sense. It's still, not great for the free speech guy, but
not at all. The joke is actually, if I could be
Go
specific,
Sorry,
it's
Matt.
about. No. It's honestly just a joke about how when he played, football or when he was a high school wrestler.
As we're going through this, remember that Steven Crowder saw this live, saw him getting a standing ovation, which is, related to him, Crowder also getting success. And this is his reaction. This is the joke.
He would come out to the song A Whole Lot of Love. That was their song before they would mount boys on all fours. And it was like, essentially like, oh, look, they forfeited again, undefeated season. And then, he talks about how, and it goes into this whole thing about how he doesn't like sports. And whenever you tell a group of guys that, they look at you like you took a cock out of your mouth to say it. And it's like just how and it's about him dealing with Asperger's, but also coming from a family of athletes. So it's this very true
and personal,
very personal, very real, not filthy, not gratuitous.
But you can't do it because you're funnier than me, and I'm Steven Crowder, and I have to be the funniest guy, even if I'm not the funniest guy.
Just this very honest story. So he went into that, and then he goes into.
Did he give you a reason why he can't do that joke?
He said it was too dirty.
But it's not like you have kids at these, like your material, a lot of your material is very dark and very appropriate for kids, right?
100%.
When you say a good, let's be conservative, what 30% is like kids should not be hearing these jokes?
100. Yeah, absolutely.
He's gonna say 100%, like I say 100%. But yeah, it's not like this is some. It's not like it is the YouTube show where you want to be family friendly and all. This is just straight up comedy. And again, I'd never been a fan of Dave, and so I'm not too familiar with his comedy. But when I would watch the clips of Crowder when he was in it, he was always funny. So I mean, it's like the insecurity out of Crowder is mind-boggling.
Well, okay. And he would say stuff to me before shows of like, keep it clean, which when you're me, you're like, what the you're just holding it in, like, why? Like, this has been me for 20 years. You skipped a decade and you're gonna tell me keep it clean. And I'm like, yeah, let me do that for you. Let me just give up.
That's another factor I just realized. I just put that together. It's because Crowder has been out of the comedy game so long that he probably, I mean, I assume he was pretty good when he was doing it to launch him into the other successes that he had. But you stay out of the game, it's like not going to the gym. Not that I would know, but from what I've heard, if you don't go, then you're not going to be able to pick up the same amount of weight that you did the last, if you went 3 months ago. And so instead of working on his craft, what he wants to do is make the entire show worse. He wants to sabotage this guy's career. He wants to give the audience who paid to come see him a lesser experience, just so he can be the funniest guy.
Up on what I do in my own craft, because
right.
Yeah, you feel like, because that's kind of what comics do when they can't do well, and he can do well. It's his audience, and it's not.
That's another good point. It's not like you're just out at an open mic where whoever. This is your audience. They paid to come see you. And you still can't do well? They're there just to see you.
That he's going to do poorly. It's just an insecurity to go, you keep it clean. Don't do that. It's pathetic. It's not necessary. It's not, he doesn't need to do that.
Is that just him putting his what on the table kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's unnecessary. He's going to do fine. And that's what I never got. It's like, why swing your dick around when it's not necessary?
Okay.
So in that, he then, this very oddly telling thing, he's like, this is why you don't have any friends. And I was like, what are you, like,
wait, literally, you said that?
This is why you don't have any friends. Again, show me somebody who says that unironically to a person, and I will show you a bad person.
Yeah. And in the next room,
in all fairness, I had been texting him that.
Oh, well, I wish you would have told me.
I said, I am so sick of Landau. He does 0 numbers on my show. The guy's never funny, and he can't keep it clean. And by clean, I mean his underwear.
And he will not pay attention to the cum light, which is what I call it. It's the gutters light.
Yes,
and
the nice pearly white.
Yes, and
thank you, Harley.
It was such an odd thing though to say that, because
I'm like, you have no friends.
Yeah, and I was like, listen, I have plenty. They're just dead.
Yeah,
and no, it's funny because I'm like, no, I literally everybody who grew up next door to me, like the godfather of my son, grew up in the house behind me. I've never lost a friend.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is okay? I'm this is where so my autism is coming in.
Yeah, so I think he's going to go down the same route that I'm going. Like, why is this dynamic okay? And I mean, obviously it's not okay, but why is it? Why does he feel like it's okay to just talk to much less a friend and a coworker, but just anybody like that?
When he says this is why you don't have any friends, what is this referring to?
Great
Not
question.
Being clean.
I guess that this is because I was kind of giggling.
Oh, like, I'm sure seriously enough, because he was, from your perspective, being so over the top.
Yes, and I'm sure. What? I mean, I'm sure the phone call was recorded, so we can always hear it. And I'm not saying that to be a jerk. I'm just saying that he legitimately records his phone calls.
Okay,
we know that for sure.
Well, that's why he has more friends than you. You know we're recording this, right?
No. Why wouldn't you? You said this was a call between friends. Why do you do this?
I would never refer to myself as your friend in any context.
What?
And again, guys, remember the context of the joke and why they're talking about the recording of the calls is during the Daily Wire beef. Like I said, Jeremy Boring, CEO of Daily Wire, was on the phone with Crowder. Crowder had called him to, just catch up after the holidays and speak as friends. And Crowder is definitely like a mean girl. But Crowder recorded that call, and for the entire purpose of talking about, the young talent that comes in, and how the pay structure works, where if you're, you start from the bottom and then you go up. And Jeremy Boring used the phrase wage slaves. So then Brett Cooper of the comment section, definitely check her out. She looks like the girl version of Ben Shapiro. But she also works at the Daily Wire. And she was like, let's be honest, I'm the young new talent that Crowder is talking about. First of all, I love my contract, she says. Second of all, we're talking about Jeremy Boring, the guy who calls himself the God King. So when he says stuff like that, it's not necessarily out of pocket. He's just like that. Oh my goodness, Monolithic Ethos, welcome to the party. Coming in hot with the $4.99. Welcome. Says how Crowder treated Dave and Jared tells me how he might have treated his now ex-wife. Oh, very, very interesting. That is a great point. Every super chat here, Morty can already tell, comes with a treat for Morty. So thank you, Monolithic Ethos. And of course, that makes you the sponsor of the stream. As soon as we dive back into the video, I'll change that for you. But yeah, this is a fantastic point. That if he's treating the people that he has to work with like this, what's happening behind closed doors in his own home? And I hope, just for, maybe it's voyeuristic, but I hope we get some type of some kind of details as to how that plays out. And I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't care about, the personal things with his wife, unless it's connected to all of this kind of stuff. So let's dive back in here. Change the banner for my boy.
You told me that this was something that. Why would I share this information publicly? I could get in trouble. Do you know that he does some sort of karate? He could hurt me with karate chops,
or break a board.
He could break a board.
Yeah.
He could put on an outfit, and in that time, I could get in my car and leave.
Ever think about that?
Thank you again, Monolithic Ethos.
Let
me grab a couple more of these real quick. Yeah, definitely mad stuff. Cooper, yeah, she is. It's crazy. If you have you guys seen her? Let me pull up a picture. She is. It's crazy how much she looks like Ben Shapiro. Open like a new tab. Like, come on. Tell me that doesn't look exactly like Ben Shapiro. Wild. All right, let's get ready.
On your outfit, I might have time to go.
Folks, Michael Malice here. Pod Day.
I'll have to pay me if you want to hear about that. Jeez.
So, okay, so my mom is like this. When she's uncomfortable, she starts.
I said, shit. Me too. Not exactly, but similar. Definitely. Nick says, anything I actually know about is something I'm always looking for. Anything I actually know about is something I'm always looking for those who know more about, so I can actually learn more instead of sitting around thinking I know everything. That is the way to go through life. Spot on, Nick.
Starts like giggling and laughing, and it's actually kind of really hilarious because there's been because my mom is tough. But there's situations where that just obviously makes it infinitely worse, because if someone's screaming and the person just is awkwardly laughing, it feels like you're laughing at them as opposed to laughing at the situation.
Yes, and it's so odd because I considered it still in a way he was like my friend, and that's why I even feel odd talking about it.
You shouldn't though, because Jeremy Boring was definitely a friend, and he had no problems throwing him under the bus for no reason at all.
but it has to like come out somehow because when you start getting treated like that, you're like, okay, well, he's not looking back to my entire track record of my life of like, I don't talk about my friends, I don't attack my friends, I do have friends from when I was a little kid, I don't treat my employees like shit, I don't have the turnover rate of an opium den. You know what I mean? It's like it's been a difficult time, and all of a sudden I had a really good night and I had a decent year of stand-up, and my agent came there. And this is another thing, I guess, I just kind of adding on, where my agent had come there, and the whole year I was like, look, he kind of wants me to be there on Fridays, even though he's not showing up.
And again, remember, being a stand-up comedian, Friday nights, that's money night.
And my agent he's this gay Cuban dude who was like, well, if you're working with me, you need to be working. So he would just always book my shows out. But then all of a sudden...
Wait, so how many times did he no show on a Friday before you were like, okay, this is ridiculous?
Probably 8 or 9.
Oh, good Lord. Okay,
8 or 9 times not showing up for your own show and then giving Landau shit because he wants to work?
What?
So like literally never he's there on Friday.
No.
But you're just sitting. Are you just sitting there writing, twiddling your like? Literally, what are you doing?
No, we would make our own sketches, like Moses and this Moses sketch, like Candy Ass was one, some other stuff. But eventually, we couldn't get them greenlit, so we just kind of weren't doing anything. So I was just like, my family's not there, my kid's not there, and enough is enough, and I'm going.
Wait, so did you at some point like decide, hey, instead of me coming into the office, let me call to see if Steven's there, so I don't have to waste the trip?
Yeah, that would be smart. Make sure he's there. Hey, we got Dietrich in the building. Welcome to the party. We are getting the expose from Dave Landau on Steven Crowder. Dietrich says, Dave was the only reason I came back to Crowder after the Not Gay Jared Bowl. When I saw the shows where Dave ran it in Steven's absence, I would rewatch it. He's a legend. F. Crowder, punk ass child. Well said. And this is, it makes me frustrated that I didn't really, I just judged Landau based, I guess, on looks. I was like, oh, Crowder's not there, I'm not going to watch. But I was reading comments of, comments here, like a lot of, so as a Letter with Crowder fan for 6 years and Mug Club subscriber for 3 years, Dave was the best person in the third chair they ever had, by far. And a lot more comments like that. So I definitely missed out. But all the more reason why you would want this person on your team, unless you're an insecure little bitch boy. Welcome to the party, Dietrich.
They would decide on the day, and Gerald would say, like, look, even if we're not going to be there, we need you there. Even if you're just going to,
even if we're not going to be there, you need to be there. For what?
Sit there and do nothing. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm not going to do that at all.
Right, they said that explicitly, that even if we're not... Who's Gerald? Is he Steven's producer?
He's the CEO now, but he was one of the co-hosts.
So those of you who don't watch the show, the obviously main guy is Steven Crowder, and the second chair is the older guy with glasses. That's Gerald.
Okay, so
second chair.
Okay, so he said to you, even explicitly, even if we're not there, we need you there.
Yes.
But I mean, if anyone's needed there, it's him. It's his show. You're not
exactly.
needed. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but you're literally not needed there ever. Like, it's his show. He's the one who is needed to be there to be a show. If you're missing, it's fine. If he's missing, it's a problem because it's Steven's show.
Yes, he's killing it on Rumble without me. It's fine. I knew that. That's the truth, though.
That's a good point.
That's the reality. And I kept saying, like, no, I'm gonna go live my life. That was the problem. Is like, dude, I'm making money.
Exactly, and it's not to say that because the show is named after Crowder that he is the best person, but that is the reason that people tune in. So like Dietrich was saying, he loved Dave Landau, and that's great. But then it's not Crowder's show anymore. If you want to be the best, you have to be the best.
I'm going on the road. I'm making money for the first time.
And building an audience.
And I'm making...
That's the other thing. Like, I've seen... Sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, people... I just want to talk about this a little slower. People really get off no, I'm not trying to be cute. The people you see on your screens, when you see them live and in person, it's a very different experience. And I've done that myself. Like I've gone to see people I like, and it's like, it's so much fun when you go, oh, there they are. It's such a, especially after COVID, to see them live and in person. It's very, very exciting. And you love to have an excuse to throw them money with a ticket and support them.
Yes. And it's something that I've really not experienced. I mean, I would have a bit of that after being on Compound, but most of my entire career was going to the middle of nowhere, wherever I was booked, and getting an audience to like me.
Yeah.
And again, you guys have to understand that as the sky's the limits if you're a stand-up comedian. I mean, look at the Bill Burrs, the Joe Rogans, the Chappelles of the world. But being third chair on an internet show kind of has a ceiling. So obviously, if you're running a show, your main priority is your own show. But you still have to understand that the other people who are working on that show are people and have their own concerns themselves.
So to finally have an audience, it was the first time in my life, and I was really grateful for it. You just go to these places, and there's people who were wearing, shirts with my face on them, and it was exciting. And
how ugly do you have to be if you want to have Landau on your shirt to distract from your mug?
Some of them were gross. But you get a pretty one. Occasionally you get a pretty girl, and I'd be like, okay, why are you like me? But yeah, no.
I hope when you saw that shirt she's wearing, you go, I own you.
I would be like, that's mine. And I'd be looking at them.
Okay, so they told you explicitly, we need you here on Fridays, even if we're not here, and you said, I'm not doing that.
And I never agreed to it. I agreed to some.
And that's guys, you need to be able to do that. They're going to go on to talk more about how everybody kind of feels like they have to tiptoe around him. But you can't just, especially if you're working for a company, you can't just let the boss be the boss of your life, because they will if they can. There's a lot of people, I mean, not a lot of people, I work for a small company, but there's a number of people in the company that I work for who don't really understand that. And they assume that because the boss is their boss at work, that he can control the rest of their lives. You have to be able to draw boundaries, draw a line in the sand and say, this is what you hired me for. This is what I'm willing to do. If you want me to do more, pay me for it. And if not, then part ways, or just be happy with what I'm doing. People need to stand up for themselves.
And it was the same as...
Was it the point of contention?
Big time.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Big time it was. And then, but my agent wasn't going to stop booking me anyway.
Okay.
So I was getting good money.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, I'm going to do this. But then Steven wanted to do a tour together.
Okay.
So
this is circa when?
This is shortly after the Dallas show in 2022.
So he wants to do another show with Landau. I wonder why. Is it because he's so unfunny that he makes you seem funny? Or is it maybe that he is actually funny and he is going to be the one to bring people through the door?
Okay, so like early 2022.
So we did a couple of shows that were 50-50.
Wait, I'm sorry. There's an important part here that I think we skipped over. If someone boots my friend from their show, which is their prerogative, it's their show, right?
Yeah.
And then they call me up screaming.
Mm-hmm.
The next time I see them, it's gonna be weird, I would imagine. Like, what happened after that? Like, how did that resolve, and how did you see him next time? Did you have to smile and nod?
No, I came in and he said, what was it? He apologized in a weird way. It was, you asked me in a weird way is what he said. And I said, how? And he said, you asked me in front of a lot of people in the green room. And I said, it was just me and you. And he's like, well,
it's not accurate.
He said, it's just me and you. The gaslighting continues. Logan says, do you think Crowder might have a coke habit? Not showing up to work and being irritable could be symptoms of drug use. It is very possible. And the type of character that he does play, and it is in fact a character as we are seeing, I would not be surprised. I think it seems more likely that he is overcompensating for being gay, which again is pure speculation, but would not be surprised. Zig, so yes, he still has his show. He signed a deal with Rumble because he used to, the show's on YouTube, but he used to be part of the Blaze, which is Glenn Beck's company. And so his contract was ending with the Blaze, and so there was a whole bunch of drama of like, what are we going to do? You know, the Mug Club, which is Crowder's subscription service, the email list belonged to the Blaze, so he wasn't able to directly connect with the people even who are subscribing for content behind the paywall. So there was a lot of scrambling to try and get people's emails and all of this. And that's when all this other stuff with the Daily Wire came out. But then he went and signed with Rumble. So you can still see his part of his show on YouTube, the same that it was before. So they do about an hour, and they say, okay, YouTube, piss off and come and watch us on Mug Club. Now it just moves to Rumble. The KMcast says Steven being cooked up or cocked up. New poll. We are doing that. We are doing that. Is Steven being hooked up or cocked up? I like that. That is funny. Definitely let me know what you guys think about that. Logan says, if Crowder is gay, do you think he's a top or a bottom?
What?
I feel like he has the... Logan says, I feel like he has the perfect hips for a bottom. Plenty to grab onto. I don't really know what it would be like to be on top or a bottom. So, I mean, I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. Ethos, I'm going to call you Ethos, says, Steven Crowder might have nice narcissistic personality disorder. That was Nick, who also said the same thing. And again, even though I do have a degree in psychology, I am not a psychologist or a doctor of any kind. So I don't like giving out diagnoses to people, but absolutely narcissistic behavior, 100%.
No, it's just not accurate. But it was more like I was so used to the gaslighting at this point that I was like, "What? Okay, I'm like, but he did a great job." And he's like, "Well, I didn't know him, and I just saw how he did in front of the crowd, so I don't know how he would have been on radio." And I was like, "You could have just said no."
Right.
And
Or you
he's
could have
like-
tried them out once. I mean, a lot of these shows work well when they have like a big roster of, because it makes the host look better. I mean, Gutfeld does this very phenomenally. Red Eye, which, you know, you were on Red Eye as well, weren't you?
Yes.
You know, look how many people came out of Red Eye. Me, you, Tim Dillon, Andrew Schultz. Like, there's just no shortage of people who, you know, Kaylee McEnany, Bill Schultz. Just so many people came out of that show.
Yes.
Yeah. And so Harley says, whether he's gay or not, the fact that he feels he needs to act this way shows that something is not right. I completely agree. I was talking with some people about this yesterday, and I was saying that, like, it seems like he has this you know, internalized if that's the case, that he would have this internalized homophobia, that if he had just been like, yeah, I'm just a gay dude, then I mean, some people would care, but not really. You would also get a lot more favor with the left. But he chose not to go that route. Why? We may never know.
So it was just a matter of, and I know Matt's great because I've had him on Anthony's show. He did that a ton of times and people loved him. And that's a crowd of people who want to hate you.
Right.
So it was something that I knew would work.
So if you're just joining us, Matt was a comedian that went on tour with Dave and Crowder and did really well, but Crowder didn't want him on the show.
But then he never.
And I'm
ended up-
sorry, like, he's like, this is no disrespect to Matt, and he is the perfect sideshow because he's a freak, and he knows he's a freak. Like, that's a lot of his humor. It's like, look, I'm wired completely differently from you guys. I'm basically an alien. Like, let's laugh at it together.
And he's going to land something in the middle of what we're talking about that we're not going to see.
Right, because his brain literally works differently than ours does.
Absolutely.
And he's perfectly happy being the punchline.
But he's going to take attention away from me, says Crowder, so I can't have it. Zig says, look at Ruben chilling pretty as the key gay by the conservative now. Yeah, I mean, no, people probably care. There's probably a portion of people who are like, oh, he's gay, I'm not going to watch him. But if you're actually that good, it's not like there is an unlimited amount of people who are actually tackling these types of issues, have the resources to put on the type of show that you're doing. Maybe some people. But Ruben's doing fine. You could have done exactly that. So yeah, Dietrich, I just seen those. We can definitely check those out in the after party. If one of the mods could drop the link to the Discord server, as soon as the show ends, we head over to there to do the after show, the after party, where we don't have to worry about the YouTube censors, and you are part of the conversation.
Yep. Which is the best part. I mean, if you can't take a joke, why be there? And that's very difficult, with Steven.
If you can't take a joke, why are you even there?
And Matt ended up touring. He ended up hosting the shows. I took care of him myself out of pocket. And we ended up doing this tour together. Now, the first couple of shows were 50-50. And then the money changed. And all of a sudden, I noticed that I wasn't allowed to promote my own shows on Crowder, unless it was behind the paywall or right before.
How were you told that you're not allowed to promote your show?
Like, the shows would start, and 2 minutes before showtime, somebody would walk up to me and go, "Hey, you can't promote your show today."
What?
So the entire reason that you would want to be on this, in this situation is not just to be a guy to help Crowder. You're in front of an audience, and plugging your dates is a great way to get people to buy tickets. And they're just like, nah. So again, the question is, why are we even here? Why am I here? Thank you, Camcast. I turned off the Nightbot because the only thing that was working was yelling at people. So we got Harley, and thank you very much. Yeah, if you want to join a bunch of cool people over there, I'm looking to build a community of people who think just like us, want to talk about the stuff that we're talking about here, and also some more fun, not so serious stuff. Logan says Crowder is now a confirmed gay icon. Dave and Crowder would be the ultimate conservative power couple. # goals. Oh no. Oh no. I love it. Hey, we got Tyler in the building. Welcome to the party. Tyler says, I don't think he's gay. I just think him being a control freak and a narcissist with all of the stuff he's going through now are not mixing well together. That seems like the most reasonable answer. But, and I think you're probably right. But the reason that, all these rumors are flying around has to do with, it not mixing well or it not going well. And so people are going to go to the far-reaching rumors. Most likely, this is just what it is. Most likely, but again, drug addict or a gay dude would not be surprised at all. Welcome to the party, brother.
There was never a reason given.
No, it was more to.
We got cocked up.
So you'd be like, "Oh, thanks, great."
Let me play devil's advocate. Was it the kind of thing when you were on the show, you would just use any excuse to bring up your show to promote it? So they wanted to kind of hold back on that?
No, never once. He just wanted to promote his shows that we were both on together, or the ones that he started doing in clubs, which I realized that my agent was booking. That even though I had asked my agent if he started repping Steven, I was never given a straight answer until obviously I figured out that night in Dallas, my agent had flown there to sign Steven, and now it was his bigger client.
And of course, as the good friend Steven Crowder is, he said, no, my friend Dave works with you. That would be a conflict of interest because that would make us competitors in a sort of way. Let me get that money.
And I was told by him that he was really there. He's like, and even when I asked him at first, he's like, sign who? What do you mean work with them? I don't know what you mean work with them. What? It was sort of this very roundabout way.
So Dietrich and anybody else who was watching the Ladder with Dave episodes, can we just get a quick fact check? Was he plugging his dates all over the place, or is he being honest that he wasn't doing anything wrong? It says it's pretty clear he's stressed out and pushing himself to the limits. That's facts. He needs to take a break and admit he needs to seek help. Interesting. That second part is, I think, crucial because he did take a long break. He just took a break. But I think admitting that he needs help and all that is, whatever's going on, there's something there. You are spot on. Hey, we got American Made 17 in the building. Welcome to the party. It says because of the great talent just because of great talent just brought over at Louder with Crowder, Dave is fading quickly. Perhaps in the realm of politics, but remember, he's a stand-up comedian, so he's not necessarily trying to be a politico. He was there for comedy. And so, as long as, assuming he's telling the truth, his career, his comedy career is going through the roof. So he's definitely fading from the minds of people who are in this space. But I don't necessarily. It doesn't seem like Dave is that bothered by it. I don't know. Welcome to the party, American Made. Nick says, Tyler, you're being reasonable. Come on and speculate with the rest of us, bro. It's fun. Exactly. We're just having fun. Dietrich says, don't leave this show without hitting the like button. Thank you so much.
Until I realized, like, I keep getting fucked here, and I keep getting like less. I never get a bump and raise, and now things started getting progressively worse, where I could never promote my shows. And all of a sudden, it got really bad to the point where my agent was yelling at me, and he'll watch this and get pissed, and I don't give a shit.
What is it about Dave that makes people think that they could just scream at him? Is he just have that kind of face? There's a punchable face. Is there a yellable face?
But he would
literally raise his voice. Also,
my agent was screaming at me, and that's when he and I fired him once, and it was already, he was screaming at me in my car. He's like, go in there and do your job. And I go, I am doing my job. I go, that's the problem, is I've always done my job. There's no complaints from the company that I don't do my job.
So on the fact check, does Dave Landau plug his dates too much? Dietrich says, I haven't seen one where he wasn't mentioning Crowder's as well, if not plugging Crowder's first. Dave was the friend and confidant we all wish we had, and the one Crowder never deserved. Well said, Dietrich. Thank you very much.
That's the thing. The only complaint I ever had was that I fell asleep a couple times, but it wasn't because I was up all night doing blow and banging whores. It's because I write for the show. Or it was that I was late, which guilty. And I'll say that because they wanted me there at 7 o'clock or 7:15 or 5:15. Yeah.
5:15?
Yeah.
For a 9 a.m. show, 5:15 in the morning.
It would depend on what they wanted to do that day. And I couldn't figure out, like, I couldn't get into a rhythm of it. And they kept changing what they wanted to do, like what time, when to come in, what the thing was, what the job was, what the this, the that, and if you text me at 11 o'clock at night to write something, I'm going to be up until 1, maybe 2 writing it. If you text me at
that's how I get paid.
6 o'clock and you want me there at 7, well, I need to write it. So I'm not going to get there until 8:15, but I don't go live until 9:15. But I wasn't treated as talent. I was kind of treated like, like more of a 9-to-5 employee, which I had zero interest in being.
I said, shit, me too. I knew from day one of thinking about careers that I would never, ever, ever, ever fit into a 9-to-5 corporate setting. I've done 9-to-5s before, not in a corporate setting, more in retail, but that type of schedule does not work for me. So being a professional dog trainer where I can just schedule clients as I need works perfectly. If I can get this off the ground with, commercials like that, then I can quit that, and I would be down to stream 6 hours a day with you guys. I love hanging out with you guys so much. It really warms my heart that you guys are here and hanging out and care about this stuff. Enough of the sappy stuff.
Right.
Even though I didn't mind being a 24/7 employee, though, if that makes sense. Yes. I don't mind, always pitching the show. I had, ads made every day. I always was pumping it. I always talked about it. I always said good things. I met every fan that went to every show. I didn't mind being a 24/7 employee, but you want me to be there 9 to 5, and then you also want me to be there at 9 p.m. when you need me? And
that's an interesting thing. I don't mind being a 24/7 employee, that whenever you need me, hit me up. I'm ready to go. But you can't also then have a block of 8 hours through the day where you need me as well. I can't do that. And yes, Logan. So I've been a dog trainer for about 5 years. And I now work with a company where we do private in-home training. So yeah, that's when I'm not with you guys. I'm either looking for content like this, or I'm at somebody's house working with their dog. Dietrich says it's his temperament. Dave is so vibe. People like so Dave's vibe is people like Crowder who need an enemy to feel sustained and can't handle it and try to stomp him out. Yeah, it's the insecurity and projection. Insecurity and the word of the night, projection. Dave says, crazy how much of a persona Crowder has become when he had it all not even 1 year ago. Yeah. The biggest, I mean, it wasn't how became, yeah. Oh, okay. I got you. I got what you're saying. So hey, crazy how he became so much of a persona non grata. He used to be, I mean, he is the biggest conservative YouTuber, period. And so when talks of the Blaze contract starting to end, it was pretty much assumed that he would go off on his own, start his own thing, and kind of rebrand Louder with Crowder and just do that. He had 5 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, but he did what he did, and now, I mean, he still has the views, but it's just he could have done so much more. And I think that's what we're going to see from Tucker Carlson now not being part of Fox. I think Tucker's a little bit more in the know about the business stuff, and I think he's going to go off on his own and do something. You need a dog trainer? If you're out of state, you just pay for the plane ride, and I'll come through. Chihuahua, this guy's a Chihuahua mix right here. Oh yeah, they are indeed monsters, indeed. What, you're seeing the Nightbot? Yeah, I got rid of that. I got rid of that shit. I didn't like it was yelling at you. I stick up for you guys.
Then you want me to be there at 6 a.m. when you need me? It's like, that's not what I'm there for.
Right.
I'm there to be your sidekick, which is fine.
And again, that's what I mean. That's what I meant earlier when saying that having a team like that and understanding your role in that team, especially if you are not the leader, understanding that I'm not here to put the spotlight on me. I'm here to help shine the spotlight on the star. And it seems like he was totally fine with that. Morty is Chihuahua mixed with starved for donations. That's right. Every single super chat or cash app comes with a treat for Morty.
Then I'm there to write the things you want me to write, and it's cool. It's fine.
There you go.
But it was always
Tonto.
For somebody who always uses the term "moving the goalpost." That's all it became. So we began touring together, and yeah,
that's that. For somebody who talks about moving the goalpost and argumentation and change my mind and all this stuff, he is not an honest debater. He can play one on TV. He can play one on college campuses, but in real life, projection.
Yes, it was very good money, and I paid Matt very well, but it always became something where nothing feels good, even if you're making money, if you're being treated like you don't deserve it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Have any of you guys been out there, been working at a job where you're making bank, but you just hate it? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Life is so short that if you don't, if you don't spend your time doing things that you love, obviously not every second can be ecstasy, but oh man, being in those jobs, like the 9 to 5 I was talking about, it was just terrible. Oh my goodness, you can see it. He already knows. MJ says Morty needs a treat, and a treat he will get. He's gonna get one of the good beef jerky ones. There you go, bud. We're going to make you dance for the next one. Thank you to MJ. Yes, well, let's back this up a second, see where we were.
Became something
Thank
where
you again, MJ.
Nothing feels good, even if you're making money, if you're being treated like you don't deserve it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's a part I missed. Not that being treated like ish, but treating like you don't deserve the money. That is an interesting point.
So the whole time it felt like this is everything that I have and it's being given to you. So even the whole tour, you just feel kind of like shit. And it doesn't really matter. You just kind of, you're like, I'd rather just go back to clubs. I don't care. And we go on break in July.
Absolutely.
July 2022.
This is July 2022, and we got it.
All right, so before they get into that, let's get a couple comments here. Dietrich says, if Dade made a louder with Landau, I'd volunteer to work for him for nothing. It may seem like I'm fanboying a day, but the past 2 years, I've watched him on Crowder, and assuming you liked it. So Dave Landau, if you're watching, hit me up. I'll put you in contact with Dietrich, and you got free labor. Who could ask for more than that? Nick says, easy to be an actor, harder to be a genuine person. Spot on. So we were saying he's always watched him on Crowder, and he's always been a very chill and enjoyable presence. Yeah, I definitely missed out. If I saw that Crowder wasn't there, because I mean, it's not like I was watching the show too regularly. I would just watch the clips and then change my mind for the most part. But so if I saw a clip and it wasn't Crowder, I was just like, okay, well, I don't know who this guy is. So, and I guess that's a lesson to be a little bit more open-minded.
A new showrunner who was doing our tour at the time named Jeff, a good guy. And
hey, we got Monolithic Ethos just joined the Discord. Welcome to the after party. That's where we will do the after show. Anybody wants to join? The link is in the description.
I get back from break, and at this time, I wouldn't go into anything about Steven's family, and I wouldn't want him to go anything about mine either, obviously. But somebody in my family was very, very sick and had been battling something for a while, seriously. And he knew that. And I came back, and
they had an ugly, talentless family member.
Yes, and it was just
who's probably a lesbian.
It's me, and I'll tell you, no matter how much work is done on this face,
this mug,
yeah, God has cursed me. That's why they wanted to change Mug Club. It was just any association, and so I get back, and the first thing I do is I get brought.
Hold on. We're gonna back that up a second. So any of them saying the 9 a.m. show is supposed to be broadcast at 10, usually got broadcast around 11. So you're saying that the regular Louder with Crowder show on YouTube, because I always thought they said 9 a.m. or whatever the time zone. It's normal for the broadcast to start 2 hours late. That's crazy. That's crazy. How is that professional?
To lunch, and I get presented with this.
Oh yeah, let's back this up. I missed a little bit.
That's why they wanted to change Mug Club. It was just any association. And so I get back, and the first thing I do is I get brought to lunch, and I get presented with this option with a new contract.
Now, Dave, before you talk about your contract and the importance of money.
So before he talks about contracts, let's just remind ourselves that, Steven Crowder made a whole lot of trouble, a whole lot of drama, just because he didn't like the initial term sheet, not the contract that he was asked to sign, but the initial term sheet that the Daily Wire sent over to him, and was giving him $50 million over, I think it was over 4 years. But yeah, lots there.
Let's about starting a main record for weaker, which have a shot and mention tech can go to it's years in a row. So call 888-505-9845 or just go to malskull.com.
Then the new contract says that my old contract is terminated.
Okay.
Old contract is terminated. This gets crazy.
Officially.
It's officially terminated as of August 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And my new choice is I have to be there Monday through Friday. I got to probably look at the stipulations if you want me to pull it up real quick.
Yeah, pull it up.
Yeah, I can send one to you. It's
think about as they're talking, would you be okay with this? Would you want to do this?
And I can even just read it. It's just
read it.
And this was sent to my agent, and it's like, this is just simply the contract. It was William, just need a yes. I agree on all the revised items from Dave, and this is what Jeff showed me at lunch. And it was, once I get with our legal team on the revised contract below. It stays on salary, so no extra money. Moves to Texas, moves his family to Texas by the new year, first week
Wait,
of
so
January.
I'm sorry, part of your contract, a
Mhm.
proposed contract, was that your family has to be moved across state lines,
Correct.
including your kid. You have a son. How old's your son?
8, 7.
For what purpose? For what purpose? I understand saying you need to relocate, but why put that in there?
At the time.
Okay, so pull him out of school during
Yeah.
the school year, and he's coming to Texas. Okay.
Dave is here every week unless he notifies us well in advance for a show, just like a doctor's appointment. Can't be gone any more than every third weekend.
No, wait. So let's break this down also. Steven has started touring as a comedian.
Yes.
Steven is no dummy. Steven is very well aware that you and every comic, weekends are when you tour, hit the road, you make the money. So he is very clearly taking that secondary or even primary, possibly at this point, source of income from you, because you're just going to be sitting in Dallas for no reason, because it's not like you're doing shows
Literally.
on the weekends with Crowder.
Literally no reason. Like, not just like, oh, I'm doing something I don't really want to do, or I'm doing something that doesn't really help. Literally nothing to do.
Right. And gone every other third weekends means every 6 weeks.
Okay.
And then writes for show every
Well,
day.
I'm sorry. I just want to break this down. Was it ever said to you or intimated to you that your touring is affecting somehow your performance or writing for the main show?
Oh, my writing? No. They felt that I had nodded off a few times, which really only happened maybe once or twice on a Monday because of like a delayed flight.
I mean, okay. I can see having an issue with somebody nodding off on the job, particularly if it's on camera. But again, I'm stuck in this thought that, like, why are you trying to, I understand that it is a business. But why go into business for yourself and do something like be a content creator? If you are going to have things structured so similarly to the way that like cable news is done, why not just go work for Fox or OAN or whatever? The whole point of these online shows is that we can do the things the way that we think is best. And we don't have to have these strict guidelines and boundaries for every little thing. But Crowder does, I guess.
Okay.
But
Okay.
tough shit. I
Right,
mean, that's
okay.
my opinion. I don't care.
Okay.
Like, like Anthony never would have cared. Anthony was so full. Like, Anthony would promote my stand-up where I don't even think I would really have to.
Okay.
Same thing that Michael Malice did when Dave talked about his special or his book or whatever it was. Didn't mention the actual plug, and Michael Malice, just because he has the audience here, says, well, why don't you plug that? That's what normal people do. That's what nice people do. And it's not even about being nice. It's about being the kind of person who's willing to let other people share the spotlight. It can be completely selfish, but it's still the norm.
That's how, even when you look back at the Opie and Anthony days, that's how everybody was making money.
But at the same time, it's also like, if you're going to be up at 7 or what o'clock, you have to be there at 7. You're not exactly going to be all chipper. It's not like you're.
No, and I'm right.
And then if we take into account what Indie Film said, if the show doesn't start until 11 and you're there at 5:15 a.m. and then you have to do the show, and then you're expected to be working on the show and writing after, he should be like rich as fuck.
Writing on the plane too.
Yeah.
And so I'm always working. Like, there's not
Writing on the plane. Writing on the plane.
one assignment that I didn't turn in, and I have every screen grab to do that. There's nothing that I ever.
And in fact, you're writing a lot of sketches.
That's the only thing that should matter. You are hired for a job. Are you fulfilling that job? Are you fulfilling the duties that are your responsibility of being on that job? So whether you're tired, whether you don't like this, whether you don't like that, if you were hired to write things and be in on a show, and you wrote all the things and you were on all the shows, then what is the problem? Thank you, Nick.
Sketches that just didn't even get greenlit, so you're doing extra work in addition to what did get greenlit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is the
So that's the other part too, is that we would write these sketches and then they'd just be like, nah.
That's the next part, which is writes for show every day in the form of sketches, in-studio bits, pulling from previous sketches,
every day,
previous show ideas, and that can be turned into sketches. So that's just
every
busy
day.
work that I did every day.
Do they even do sketches that often? I know they do sketches all the time, but like every day they need multiple sketches? I did not know that this is what a Crowder show was even like. It just strikes me as so odd, because the clips, you don't get that.
Just for the sake of busy work, which I'll be honest, I hate. It's
again, who doesn't?
Seems so pointless for a show to do, but it's his show. But it's like, why don't we make the best show we can do? Instead, that's why I think SNL like just comes off like it's written by the CIA, because you're just throwing 5 billion things at the wall instead of going, let's take these 7 things and master it.
Yup.
You know, I just feel like whenever we would do that, like whenever I would host the show and we would put together a sketch that morning, it would look really good, at least for what I wanted, because we were focusing on one thing, not trying to make 3,000 things and then going, well, this half-ass one should work.
Yeah.
And I mean, how is that not exactly the SNL formula? They just everything, and these aren't the worst. Do any of you watch SNL? When's the last time you saw an SNL sketch as it was airing? I was probably in college. I'm 33. I was probably in college the last time I saw an SNL skit as it was airing. I've seen some here and there because of the internet, but I couldn't tell you. Dietrich says, I'm pretty sure the requirement list for Dave in a single day was less than the list for Crowder from the Daily Wire required for a 5-year contract. Give Dave the 50 mil. That's a great point. This is a lot. And all Crowder needed to do to get the $50 million was do the same thing he was already doing. Just keep doing what you already are doing, and we will give you $50 million by just slapping our logo, a little watermark in the corner of your thing. No, it's not about me. It's about the movement. It's about the young up-and-coming creators who's going to sign away their life. What are you talking about, dude? Yeah, nobody watches SNL like that. I mean, okay, yep. When Elon, it takes a second, but when Elon, that I watched live, but I really only watched the opening. No, that's not true. I think I did watch the whole episode. So yeah, that's the last time I watched SNL. Oh man, I wish I had bought a bunch of Doge or sold the Doge that I bought before the show. If you don't know, like Dogecoin, one of the cryptos, it's super low, and then Elon got behind it, and it got up to like 10 times, 100 times what the average. And as soon as Elon was on SNL that night, after he'd been talking about it, says Dogecoin, and then everybody sells, and now it's worth what it's usually worth.
Now, man, granted, he has millions and millions of followers. But his show was once that first idea, not just throwing everything just to have busy work, to look like a hard worker.
Yeah.
He was a hard worker. Now it's an illusion,
Based. Oof. Did we hear that? So real quick, that is awesome, Camcast. I'm still holding on to that Doge because once I saw it drop, I was like, all right, well, it's got to go back higher at some point. So I'm just trying to hodl through this crypto winter. But what did he just say? He said something really interesting.
That first followers, but his show was once that first idea, not just throwing everything just to have busy work, to look like a hard worker.
Right. Yeah.
He was a hard worker. Now it's an illusion,
He was a hard worker. Now It's an illusion. So it's not just us. There has been a market change in who Steven Crowder presents himself to be. So maybe he was that guy, and he, the ladder with Crowder. Maybe he was that guy, but as time went on, he got more slimy and he got more about the business and about money. And now it's an illusion. Dietrich says the real reason Crowder didn't like the term slave wages, or they were wage slaves, because the word wages was involved. Slaves should only be paid on being in his presence. Good one. But yeah, it was such a small comment. They were talking about, bringing somebody on, and they, someone like Brett Cooper, bring him on with a small contract for 2 years or something, and then prove your worth, and you get a better contract. Like it works in any other area of business. But because Jeremy Boring is Jeremy Boring, again, the guy who calls himself the God King, he's like, yeah, we'll make them wage slaves for a little bit, and then da-da-da-da. And Crowder played that on air as if it was the atomic bomb of like, oh, Daily Wire's done. It's like, bro, it's just a figure of speech. And again, Brett Cooper, the girl who would actually be that wage slave, she was like, yeah, dude, he talks like that.
The next thing is he's ready to start his own show, by his own Friday show, by October 14th. So now I have a show every Friday for no extra money.
A new show every Friday and not making a dime.
But I can't tour on Fridays.
Let's break this down. So you are going to have your own show, which is a plus.
Yes.
But you're not getting paid a single dime to host your own new show on his network or his platform.
Correct.
Yeah, Nick, unfortunately, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I definitely saw through the fact that he was not super honest, that honesty wasn't his primary trait. And once I understood that, I could look through that and understand that what he was saying was that. But apparently he did a better job than I thought.
And in fact, it's costing you money because now you can't be out, doing 2 shows a Friday night in Tacoma or whoever the hell cares, some other city.
Right.
Okay.
So then
I've never heard of that. I'm sorry. I've never heard of someone saying, I'm giving you your own show, you're not getting paid for it. I don't understand that.
Right. It was, well, it's control, and that was kind of what bothered me. It was the I own you aspect. And then the hours.
But that's the thing. If you're doing your own show, they're making money from ad sales or at the very least adding value to the network because now there's more content.
And especially when everybody is talking about Dave, like Dietrich, saying that like Dave is so much better. So now they want him to do his own show. That's how good he is. For $0. For $0? Show me somebody who says I own you, and I will show you a bad person. Show me somebody who wants you to work for $0, and I will show you a bad person. MJ said, so I watched the Timcast show with Steven and the one with Candace. Yeah, those are some very, very interesting times. Dietrich says this interviewer looks and sounds like Lex Friedman in 20 years. They are very close friends. Very, very, very close friends. I think I mean, I don't know for sure. So fact check me on this, but I think they're like boys like that. They might call each other best friends. Like they are super close. He's been on Lex Friedman's podcast a bunch. Yeah. If you guys are not familiar with Michael Malice, we definitely are going to have to dive into some more in other streams. The thing is that he's a good interviewer. So his own podcast is not really a great forum to learn about him and his ideas. But, like maybe we'll take a look at the time he was on Timcast or something like that. So MJ said, I watched the Timcast show with Steven and the one with Candace. At the time, the Steven Timcast show, I felt odd about it. It now might be someone trying too hard to protest. Perhaps that's what he felt was off about it. What's the Shakespeare line? Methinks she doth protest too much or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I think we all kind of felt the same way, that we wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. That, hey, I'm blocking out the name on the contract. I'm talking about the movement. I'm talking about what's good for the country. But at the end of the day, all he was talking about, all he was concerned about, what was good for him, and not even his company, him personally.
And you're not seeing a cent of that.
Right.
Nope.
And that was sort of what it was before, where it was, we're going to sweeten the pot, and that didn't happen.
Right.
But it did happen in the sense of road dates.
Okay. Right.
So I didn't complain, but then
Right.
I can't do road dates unless he's on them now.
Right.
So basically, I have to give up my stand-up career.
Right.
So then the next,
and again, remember how we said that, being a stand-up, the sky's the limit. Being third chair on a YouTube show definitely has a hard ceiling.
thing is hours Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then Friday.
Here's the thing. I also want you to give up your stand-up career, but I'm actually prepared to pay you like a substantial amount of money. Because I just think it's for the greater good.
I know, but we both know it's not, though.
All right.
How much are we talking? No, I'll sell. Just let me know. Like, I'm a whore. You'd be surprised how little I go for. I actually, you wouldn't be. You'd be like, that seems too much.
Yeah, Nick says he gave you reason to be skeptical, but didn't show his true colors until more recently. Absolutely. We want to believe people, not be skeptical about everything. And actually, I disagree with that last part. I am skeptical about everything. You guys have seen my tattoo that says, believe nothing, excuse my tiny arms, believe nothing except that anything is possible. So I am very skeptical about each and everything in my life. But that doesn't mean I'm perfect, and it doesn't mean I can read minds or anything like that. And he gave me a reason to be skeptical, and I still wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. But at a certain point, when the evidence is staring you in the face, if you don't accept it, you're being dogmatic. Remember the two things that have led to the downfall of discourse in this country and around the world: dogmatic thinking and semantic obfuscation. Kelly says, I'm not concerned about their colors. Yeah, I mean, that's not really something I'm too concerned about either, but
yeah.
So
I can get you a plastic cup with some Dr. Pepper remnants.
Well, as long as there's a dirty nickel in it, you've got your.
Yeah, MJ, exactly. That is kind of sad, I think. I am the gullible one. I tend to believe because I'm not expecting people to lie to me. That's because you're probably a very good person who doesn't lie to other people, so you assume that other people are similar to you. Unfortunately, that's just not the case. And, we know that, like, showbiz and Hollywood, that's how it is. But YouTube is a different animal, or at least it was. It was for normal people. And I mean, 5 million subscribers is a lot of subscribers, but it's still not anything that should prevent you from being the same person. Like, fundamentally, obviously you grow and change, but fundamentally the same person from day one to, however long you go. It is sad. You're absolutely right.
Yourself a deal. We also, then it's hours Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Jesus.
Okay.
Friday, 9 to 5.
Okay.
Which is so I can never catch a plane out of town on a Friday to even do a Saturday. Then I have to be back on Sunday, making it impossible to see my child or do stand-up.
Yep.
And then the next thing is comedy special releases through Louder with Crowder, because he always felt that he owned my special, because he let me keep the door that night.
Hey, we got her Dr. Nappy. Did I say that correctly? Welcome to the party. Said, I wanted Crowder to be a good man, but I guess power corrupts all. I am right there with you. I am right there with you. I'm going to call you a doctor if that's cool. I'm right there with you, doctor. And I completely agree. You know, we look at other people that we trust, people who have given us a reason to trust them. Just because somebody gives you a reason to trust them doesn't mean that they won't abuse that. And unfortunately, he's one of those dudes. Yes, subscribers are growing. Seems like we are doing something here. Guys, if you are not subscribed, please, please, please. It helps so much, and it is free, and it is quick. Please, just tap that button. You never have to think about it again, and it would mean the world to me. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay.
But I didn't sign anything that said, "Oh, you're letting me keep the door, so now you own my comment."
Oh, yeah. We need to back this up. This is probably the most wild part. He straight up tried to steal.
Because you.
Yep.
And then the next thing is comedy special releases through Louder with Crowder, because he always felt that he owned my special.
He felt that he owned my special. Well, why would he think that?
Even though, because he let me keep the door that night.
Okay.
He let you keep the door. That means like the ticket sales that come in through the either the tickets or people just walking in, you get to keep whatever percentage of that. So now he owns the content.
What?
That's not how business works. You know, all through the Daily Wire thing, he was like, business doesn't have to be done this way. We don't have to do business this way. We can do it different. We can da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, maybe people do business the way they do business because it is the best way to do business. And it may not be pretty and it may not be fun, but at the end of the day, it's what works out for, you know, both parties. And when it comes to the public, the goods and services that are rendered, that works. Hey, we got Trey Williams in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome to the party. It's been a minute. Trey, welcome back. Says, what up, my guy? I always said Crowder was fake and full of BS. Yes, you did. And sir, you were correct. Doctor said I wanted, yeah, we got that one already. Huh? What are you talking about? Nick says, you need to be these days. It's sad. Skepticism is good and bad, depends on the situation. But I would like to be able to take people at their word. Maybe I'm just gullible. You know, I mean, the skepticism. I disagree that skepticism is bad. Cynicism, being cynical, is bad. Being skeptical is more of just saying, well, I don't know what I don't know. Being cynical is saying, well, I don't have all the information, so it must be bad. So I don't see any situation where being skeptical is not good, because that doesn't mean that you are assuming bad intentions. You're just stepping back and saying, I don't know. Thank you, Kelly Green. And yeah, MJ can definitely relate. I mean, that's the world we live in, unfortunately. Dietrich says, if you want to destroy your view of Crowder being funny, watch an episode, and each time he tells a joke, just notice he talks really fast or makes a loud voice. It's not humor. Interesting. I'm gonna have to pay attention to that. There's always I do notice there's always a lot of like graphics and stuff, and like kind of what you're talking about. But I don't know if I necessarily put that together. Good point. It says it just never occurs to me at the time to disbelieve. Again, that's probably because you are an honest person who doesn't think that, doesn't think about being dishonest to enrich yourself in every little situation. Unfortunately, Crowder seems to be one of those.
But I didn't sign anything that said, "Oh, you're letting me keep the door, so now you own my comedy."
Wait, let's hold on. Let's slow down. Like people like Tim Dillon and Andrew, the aforementioned Andrew Schultz, they
shout out to Andrew Schultz
and Lucy Case, another one. They've done Gangbusters by Dave Smith. Libertas would hit #1.
Shout out to Dave Smith, COVID Jesus. Dave Smith, if you are not familiar, please Google him as soon as this is over.
They do,
or look at the videos that I've done on him.
Great numbers and make bank by putting out their special themselves, cutting out the middleman. People are more than happy to toss 10 or 12, 20 bucks. I don't know how much it costs, but it's like, hey, listen, if I don't support this artist, he's not going to be able to pay the rent. I'm more than happy to chip in because I'm getting content that I enjoy. He's making me laugh. This is fair. So his point was this comedy special, which wasn't have anything to do with him. It's your comedy, your stand-up.
Yep.
It's can only be he's now just, even though for the same money, he's now going to kind of subsume that into his portfolio.
How does that? I mean, listen to the confusion in Michael Malice's voice. Like, this guy was trying to actually do this. I feel the same way.
Yes, it's all inclusive.
Wow. Okay.
And that's a non-negotiable term.
What a slime ball! What a slime ball! Like, you are the I mean, this is the behavior of like rich liberal New York elites. That it just like money is all that matters, and why Crowder? Why it didn't have to go this way? You had I'm sorry, I forget who said it, but just a year ago, you had everything. You were on top of the world, and what? It wasn't good enough. You weren't making enough money. You didn't have enough influence. Why? Hey, we've got Veronica in the building. Welcome to the party. Says your tattoo says you have a healthy dose of skepticism, because to me it translates to I don't believe in everything, but I'm open to know anything that can be possible. I like it. Thank you, Veronica, and you are spot on. Yeah, I don't believe nothing. Means that I'm not going to take anything on faith, except for the fact that anything could be true. So as long as the evidence is there for it, I will believe anything that is believable. Until that point, I'm not going to believe it. That's all that skepticism is. But welcome to the party, Veronica. MJ says, is Michael Malice really his name? No, yeah, that's really his name. Because Malice is so Malice. Yeah, that's him. Wasn't that David? Who David? I don't know what this means.
Okay. How were you told? They told you this is non-negotiable?
Yeah. And since I know everything's always being recorded, I was like, you know what? I'll just go ahead and record this too.
Okay.
And I took a screenshot, and then I was either that or I was 1099. And that would be for lower money.
I'm pretty certain that means instead of being salaried, he would be sorry, Braveheart. Instead of being salaried, he would be an independent contractor, and there's a lot of benefits from that. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to David Banner.
And it was these parameters that, and I'll send you that because I think it's only fair, that included.
Well, why don't you read them? You don't need me to send them.
Spill the tea, bro.
Please post away. It's fine.
You want me to post them? I'll tell the staff to post them.
Just on this. I mean, if you do a screenshot of the first, I just don't want people to think that it's some made up thing, because I just want people to know honestly why I left. And this is simply between, I'm not going into a lot of things that are behind closed doors, but
I get that. But if you're going to spill the tea, you got to spill the tea. If you're going to say you got the receipts, you got to show the receipts.
This is the reason I left. A few of the things that went in, goes into the back and forth. Studio Monday through Friday, 7:45 to 3:45. So now again, the times have changed.
Okay.
Just in a day. So it's again, company will enforce a strict 5-minute tardy policy.
5 minutes. You're changing the time, and you want him 24/7, in addition to blocks of 6 to 8 hours a day, flying all over the country to he's flying all over the country trying to make his own career, and a strict 5-minute tardy policy. Let's see what the penalty is.
Okay,
contract.
that whole thing. Hold on a second. Let me. I'm gonna forward this right now before I forget. With this is the thing with the yellow.
I guess he forgot.
No, the yellow was the last one. This one is just the first page of the independent contractor.
With everything and all the
Right.
things handwritten. You want me to include that as well?
Yes, this was what was eventually sent to me.
Okay,
and
I'm going
would
to send it right now to my producer, so he'll put it up on the screen.
and this
Hire
eventually
your
showed up on
producer.
October 2022 after I refused to sign anything starting when I returned in August, because I just wouldn't sign anything and I just kept showing up to work like
And
Costanza.
they kept paying you.
Yeah, they kept paying me forever.
Based.
Okay.
And I took the money because
Sure.
I earned
Did
it.
the work.
Right, but I'm just saying it wasn't like, what are you doing here? They did keep paying you.
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm looking at right here, and we're gonna have it on the screen. Oh, you're a third chair personality. You weren't the second chair.
No, I was third chair.
And again, that's why I keep bringing up this point about a team and the team dynamics and understanding and how valuable it is to have somebody who's not the star realize and be aware of the fact that they're not the star. He's third chair. He's not even second chair.
Okay.
But
the thing the thing that I'm seeing is company will
there we
enforce
go.
a strict 5-minute tardy policy. Contractor agrees that if he arrives to work more than 5 minutes late, he's in breach of Section 1, must leave company premises, and will not be compensated for the day the breach occurred. Contractor's breach of Section, and you can't seek reimbursement for the days the breach occurred. So,
all right, let's go back and read all this. So we've got up at I can't see this top up here, but we'll just start at 1.3. It says expected hours. Subject to the notice provision in section 1.5, contractor, which would be Dave, agrees to present the company's present in the company studio. Sorry, I got the logo blocking it. Monday through Friday, 7:45 a.m. until 3:45 p.m. That's basically a 9 to 5. And additional hours on an as-need basis. Legally must give 48-hour notice. Fair enough. Call time is at 7:45 a.m. on regular show days. However, these hours are subject to change due to the needs of the company, as well as accommodate special live streams which may occur at night. The next one is the time policy. They just went over that.
contractors.
And then the next one is notice. The contractor agrees to provide the company with 2 weeks notice of dates the contractor is available to serve in the capacity as third chair personality and comedy writer. Company will also aim to accommodate the contractor's request. Sure. Company reserves the right to request contractor services as a third chair personality and comedy writer unless with less than 2 weeks notice. Attempt to accommodate and not unreasonably withhold permission. And then is there anything under promotion? Company agrees to promote the dates of the contractor's independent business of stand-up comedy appearances once a week at a time in a medium of company's discretion, unless company agrees to otherwise. From time to time, contractor may agree to additional promotions of comedy dates. So this is what we're talking about. And the guy who made such a big stink about bad contracts and predatory contracts, 5 minutes and you're not getting paid for the day? 5 minutes. When this is the type of schedule that you have. I mean, what? Dietrich says he was third chair to second chair Gerald, who has only stayed on so long because his tongue is Steven's personal bidet. Apparently, he's also the CEO of whatever the LLC or whatever is. Did not know that. Hey, we got Wake Up Call Production in the building. Welcome to the party. Says sucks that people turn on their friends for money. Absolutely. The things people will do for money. I mean, come on. Where this all harkens back to, I think, the whole point of this channel is that the values, we talk so much about values, that there's so much politics, but there's so little values. This is a value, but it doesn't work if you don't care about values. Good call. Wake up to good call. Wake up call production. Welcome to the party. Yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Is breach of sexual, and you can't seek reimbursement for the days the breach occurred. So I don't think they even have this at McDonald's, to be honest. Like, if you're 5 minutes late, like, pack your crap and go home.
Mhm.
How would that even be addressed on the air? Like, where's Dave? Oh, Dave was 5 minutes late.
Yeah, they go, how can you prove that? Well, our watches are different. Yeah, it's
Our watches are different? What? Wake Up Call Production says, when you thought you were friends and then you serve them a contract. Terrible. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily that there was a contract. It's what's in the contract. Because when it comes to business, like handshakes, deals, and stuff like that, that's not a thing. That's not a thing anymore. You have to have everything in writing. They always say get it in writing. So it's not the fact that there is a contract. It's the fact that it's a predatory contract and it's exploitative. And it's asking your friend to do a lot of things that are not, that they're not going to want to do, that they're not getting reimbursed properly, and they have another life that they are trying to feed their family as a stand-up comedian. Like, it's so out of touch. It's so lacking of self-awareness, and it gets just slimy, just slimy.
This is when I had to now start dumping money into entertainment lawyers. So a lot of the money that I even made on tour, bye.
Right,
so that became another issue.
So promotion, it says that they agree to promote your stand-up once a week at a time and in a medium of their discretion. So it could just be some random post somewhere that no one sees.
So that's what they mean, is that in the medium that we design. So it could be a tweet, it could be a post on the YouTube community tab, which most people don't pay attention to. It's predatory. It's predatory. Because absolutely, you can't buy a real friend. So how can you not value that much more highly? Exactly. Talking about tattoos, you guys know, some of you may not, I lost my best friend in 2013. And to think that he would have somebody like that in his life and not cherish that and understand how lonely you're going to be when you treat people this way. You're getting divorced. Nobody wants to work with you. Your brand is tainted. Where are you going to be in 10 years, bro? It's not looking good. Yeah, agreed, MJ. I don't know how Steven would think this is okay. Goes back to the narcissistic tendencies. I'm not making any diagnoses. Narcissistic tendencies. Crazy.
Correct. And that was because they had not been promoting me.
Okay.
And I put that I would, and it's in writing, and what I gave them was I would actually give them a commission of my sold out shows.
Okay.
And a commission of the shows.
Why?
If they were willing to actually promote my shows.
So is that not your handwriting that I'm looking at?
Yes, it is.
Oh, so you said, okay, I'll give you guys 5% of the door if I sell out.
5% in general and 10% if I sell out.
Okay. Oh,
that's pretty generous. 10% just because he mentioned the dates? You can mention all the dates you want. If you're not funny, people aren't going to care about those dates. I mean, 2% and 5% if you sell out, that sounds a little bit more reasonable. But 10% of the bottom line? That's crazy. Wake Up says Benjamin Owen was also let down by Crowder. He confronted Steve of being a sellout. I mean, has there ever been a better picture of what a sellout is and looks like than Steven Crowder? Hurts me to say it. I used to have so much respect for him, but you made your bed. Now you got to lie in it.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Just because where else am I going to go to promote? I'm not on any other shows.
Exactly.
And I don't have time to go to other shows because I write for him. And at this point, I'm now desperate to promote my shows because he won't do it.
Okay.
I have to imagine that, we've all been in that situation where, the job isn't going great And then, but you don't want to lose your job because it's your job. And, trying to find a job is extremely stressful. But I kind of feel like he's got to be like a weight lifted off his chest from not having to deal with this anymore. I mean, if you've ever had a job that you've hated and then you left that job, it's just like, oh, I can breathe. I can breathe. I have to think that's how he feels. Dietrich says this is why Crowder tanked the Daily Wire contract right off the bat and didn't even red tape his discrepancies because of red tape, meaning like, okay, I don't like this, I don't like that. That's what a negotiation is. Didn't even red tape his discrepancies because people like Dave used up the office's supply of red tape dealing with his what? I don't know what that means. This is why I think I'm too dumb for this one. I'm sorry. Because people like Dave used up the office's supply of red tape dealing with shit rags. Meaning he didn't want to deal with negotiation because he was negotiating so much with Dave. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. So you have me and Matt McClowery. He's got a new daughter. We're going around the country, and I'm watching ticket sales slide, and it's funny. Like I'm literally in malls.
Gotcha. So you're saying that he didn't want to deal with the Daily Wire's contract because he used up all of that with his own contracts given him to Dave. Gotcha. Spot on, Dietrich. Spot on.
Like for example, doing like a funny bone, and I'm in like a comic book store, and Matt and I are standing there, and a guy would go, "Hey, you're Dave Landau," and I go, "Yeah." And he'd be like, "What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "I'm performing at the Funny Bone upstairs." And he'd be like, "Really? You should mention your dates on your show." And I'd be like, "Yeah, I should. You're right."
Wow, that must have been like a knife in the heart.
It would hurt. Yeah.
Funny Bone is a chain of comedy venues.
But I wouldn't tell them. I wouldn't go.
Nah,
like,
you're good.
It's because
I'm not allowed.
I got the lights on. Yeah. And at that point, I had already had my contract terminated. I could have said the truth, but I never.
Was it terminated or did it resolve? Was it like had a fixed date?
No, it never had a fixed date. It was just they had said that it was that was done, and
you were informed either verbally or in writing that your contract is hereby done. Okay.
Yes, and it was I had to choose either a 1099 or this new policy.
Okay.
So again, being 1099, meaning you're an independent contractor and you get paid based off, independent contracts versus being a salaried employee under the terms that we just looked at.
And when Jeff asked me the choice, we were Buffalo Wild Wings, and I said, I guess whichever one fits up his ass better. Would you like to order lunch? Because I was pretty fucking.
You said that?
Yep.
I gotta tell you, like I know you fairly well at this point. We've hung out one-on-one on more than one occasion. You're not someone who's got a temper, to put it mildly. You're very open about your past with recovery. I know a lot of people who are addicts. Bridget Fettisy's husband, Jaron, just stayed with me. They're moving here. He's in recovery. And as is she. And one of the things that's commendable about addicts is addicts realize I should be in a coffin or I should be in a gutter. So it takes a lot to be like, you know what? This is unfair. This sucks. Because you guys have been through rock bottom. Isn't like, you know what? I got drunk and I was hungover. That's not rock bottom. That's the penthouse.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever experienced, being in active addiction or a family member in active addiction, but it is such an all-encompassing thing that I was addicted to pills for years, and I just to think that I was living like that. I never ever thought that I would be able to do anything else. And the mountain you have to climb. And like I made all my own choices. I decided to do a bunch of pills. I'm not blaming anybody else. I'm just saying that if you don't know, you don't know. Nick says, sorry for your loss, brother. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. It's hard to lose the people we care about. Facts. Hopefully it at least makes us appreciate and not take for granted the people we still have. Well said. Well said. Well said. Yeah. I mean, and that's exactly it, is that when I don't have a big group of friends. I never did. But that was my boy. Like we were like brothers, and I have a brother, and me and him were more like brothers than me and my brother. You know, I always use the example that I used to work in a restaurant, and whenever I would get off my shift, whenever I would get off my shift, I'd be on my way to the car, and I'd hit him up and be like, "Yo, what are we doing tonight?" Not, "Hey, are you around?" "Yo, what are we doing tonight?" Because it was a given. That was my brother. And then one day, riding his motorcycle to work, gets hit. He's gone. He's gone. No coming back. But so don't treat your friends like Steven Crowder treats his. And she says, what do you think about this take? Steven Crowder never expected that Dave Landau would counter a contract, so that Steven Ego expected awesome contract because he thought it was all that and sliced bread. I think it's all that in a bag of chips, or the greatest thing sliced bread. But I got you. He expected that he would counter. That's fair, but if that's the case, then he doesn't have a leg to stand on. Oh, because that's what I was talking about with the Daily Wire. So he expected that Dave would counter a contract. So he expected an awesome contract because he thought he was all that. And I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. He never expected that Dave would counter. Okay, so let's break that down. Why do you think he wouldn't have expected Dave to counter? Let's go on that, and then we'll figure it out.
You know what I mean? But that's paradise to someone who's an ass. Oh
Facts.
no, I was just hungover. Poor
Facts.
me. Rock bottom is like, I'm crying grandma's crying at Thanksgiving dinner, and I don't care because I'm too effed up to realize.
Yeah, rock bottom is in an X position, handcuffed to a bed while they're dumping cold on your throat and your mother's crying.
Yeah.
Like and you know, that's not even rock bottom, because once you get out, you
Facts.
still drink.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah, that's and that's the part that I don't think he ever grasped. I was very, and I'm still very forgiving of him. Because whatever he has and whatever he's going through, I just think he was bullied at some point in his life, and he has become the bully. And he
was bullied at some point in his life, and now he has become the bully. Fits like a glove. Fits like a glove. So MJ is saying, I'm saying that because Steven has no concept that someone would counter his offer because of Steven's ego about how great an offer he has to people. So he and so he expected Daily Wire would know how awesome Steven is, that when they didn't give him the golden chalice on the first communication, he was mad. Absolutely 100%. That's exactly what it was. They all talked, because remember, Candace Owens was on Timcast before Crowder was. And it was like the day that Jeremy Boring, the Daily Wire dude, read out every line of the contract. And it's like, she, Candace Owens, was like, this is normal. This is just business. You redline whatever you don't like. And if it's something about banned, oh, I'm already banned on Facebook. Oh, yeah, okay, we'll change that. I think you're spot on, that he just has an ego about it. Like, I expected you to hand me an already sweetheart deal, and you didn't do that. And I'm mad. Spot on.
He doesn't realize it. And that's what sucks is,
let's back that up. I didn't hear that one more time.
He has gone through, I just think he was bullied at some point in his life, and he has become the bully, and he doesn't realize it. And that's what sucks is he's got a lot of yes men around him, and I really do love his staff, and I love working with them, but I think that they are kind of just a little bit intimidated at this point to keep their own job. I know I was, so I don't blame him. But it's just there's just something there that I just don't grasp, because there is part of him that I know is good. I've met that person. But then,
and that goes back to what we were saying, is that he probably did start out as somebody who really cared about the country, about the movement, about all of the message, the mission, whatever you want to say. But it's very easy when you are surrounded by yes men to think that everything you're doing is perfectly correct, and that, you know, enriching yourself, whether through money or otherwise, is the best thing because you are so great that you need to be in the best situation possible. It's the same exact mentality of these mega church pastors. Like, what was the one dude who like NBC or somebody was trying to do an interview. Like, do you really need a jet? She's like, don't you ever tell me what I need. God's money is my money. I mean, you know, I'm obviously exaggerating, but that's what it sounds like Steven is. How dare you offer me a regular contract? I'm Steven Crowder from Ladder with Crowder. I should get $10 billion every year, and it shouldn't matter if you're making money or not. Because that was a big sticking point about being banned from social media. It's like, well, I'm already demonetized on YouTube. Okay, so then talk about it and figure something else out instead of crying. MJ said, "Ooh, if you listen to Bruce Lipton about subconscious programming, I have not, but definitely drop a link in the Discord and we can check it out. Maybe in the after party tonight." All right, so I know he's good. I've met that person, but then
he does stuff that's behind your back that's like this, and you're like, why are you doing this for power? And it's just not worth it to me. And at this point in my life, I have hit rock bottom enough, and I have been left with nothing enough that I'm just going to go, all right, well, that's enough. I'm going to just go.
Yeah, I know what it's like to have nothing and be destitute, and
Mm-hmm.
I can do it. I've done it before.
Yeah, and that gives you a bit of courage to actually do what is right for you, and realizing that, like, okay, I got over that. I got through that. I can take on a new challenge. It can be so many different things. You know, it reminds me of doing acid. I love LSD, and people always get so scared about, like, oh, I would trip out. I would have a bad trip, and da da da. Yeah, maybe, but that's what we do it for. There's a reason that they say doing acid is like doing 30 years of therapy in one night, because it forces you to confront your own problems, your own insecurities, and all that stuff, and you can't escape it. But nothing bad is going to happen to you, but you have to deal with it. I don't even remember how I got. So knowing that you can get through a situation like that is empowering, and it's like, oh, all right, I did that. I did that damn thing. Bring it on. What else you got? MJ says, and a person reverting to old programming. So okay, so that's true about Steven being bullied, and a person reverting to old programming. So perhaps the bullying or behavior is something he observed in the first years of his life and now manifests that behavior. Yep, I think that's exactly what, according to what Dave was saying, what's going on, at least from Dave's perspective. Certainly.
Yeah, I can move on. I can go, and you can, he can claim martyr and make stuff up and say I did whatever, and I know the truth, and I know the people around me that know the truth, and that's just, and I'm being very, very generous here.
Facts.
What happened when you said that line about you could shove it up his ass?
Jeff said, I figured it would go probably a little something like this. And then we ordered lunch. And because Jeff said specifically to me, he goes, I don't understand why he's so high strung like this, because you're not doing anything wrong. He just made me watch a full tape where he said you fell asleep. And I'm like, he didn't. Because
what? Dietrich says, Steven knew the hill he was pretending to die on was an unstable and soulless platform for his own benefit. He dissociated, claiming it's about the future generation of podcasters. Typical liberal BS. Completely agreed. Nick says, the family members we choose are priceless. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have a lot of family I have no blood relation to, but I love them just as much. And totally agree on LSD. If you haven't done it, I'm not suggesting that you do it. I'm just stating the fact that you don't really understand what consciousness is. And I don't either, but There's a whole other spectrum out there. It's just like the light spectrum. But yeah, absolutely. The people that are in your life, you have to, I mean, that's just something you can't get around. You have to learn how to treat people, even when it's people that you are looking to extract something from. That's okay. Transactional relationships don't have to be contentious. It can be, hey, I want a place to be funny and plug my dates, and you want somebody to bounce ideas off of. That's a transaction. But it has to be something that works for both parties. Otherwise, you're just a dick.
Because he was always looking for that. And he said, I don't understand, because you're turning in everything he's asking you to turn in. He was kind of confused by it because he knew that it was this constant, like,
But let me ask this that tardy clause. How often were you late to work?
Oh, like to the actual like show, like being started once.
Okay.
One time. He was late one time, and you have to put a 5-minute, you give him 5-minute grace period, or you don't get paid for the entire day.
What?
Liberal bullshit.
He had me get an iPhone, and I got rid of my Android because I do stupid shit sometimes. I set it for PM and not AM, and I was late to the show. But a lot of the times when I was supposed to be there at like 8, I'd be there at 8:15, or I'd be there at 7:30, I'd be there at 7:50. But it was, again, because I was writing, and then I had to get ready to be on camera. It wasn't because...
Yeah, we just went through how much work Crowder is putting on him. And then having call times hours before showtime. And he's a little late here and there, but he never, one time he was late to the broadcast itself. One time.
Because of any other reason.
You were never late on camera?
No, never.
Other than once. Okay.
Only once.
Okay. Wow. Okay, because if you have a clause like that, it would imply to me that this is an ongoing problem. And
That's
we need
exactly
to
what he makes it sound like.
Wait, so this so-called tardy policy, do you know if this is something that other people had to deal with, or was this something exclusive to your contract, to your best of your knowledge?
Oh, no, it was just me. I mean, it was just me. It was odd because I wasn't allowed in rehearsal. So there would be a rehearsal, and like they would go over everything, but I wasn't allowed in it. So I would have to sit in a separate boardroom with John, who works there, and just wait for 45 minutes, kind of arbitrarily.
Every day?
While they did rehearsal for no reason, just because it was sort of an aspect of control while they did a rehearsal. And
why didn't you stay that long? Why did you stay that long? I get that it even still, it probably launched your career. But if you're that funny and people like you that much, and you already have enough clout of being, just, a guest every once in a while, why deal with that? Guys, it's so important. It's so important for you to be able to stand up for yourself, because nobody gives a fuck about you. Nobody. And so people will extract as much as they can from you with giving as little in return as possible. And again, I don't even necessarily have a problem with that. I mean, it's certainly, when it gets like this, it's bad. But again, going back to the idea that relationships can be transactional and don't have to be bad. Like, come on. MJ said, "Oh, Ish, I'm totally believing Dave. I'm not being skeptical." That's not true. If you are looking at this and saying, okay, this is his side of the story, and I'm going to take it at face value, but I'm sure there's going to be some type of reaction to this. Or if not, then it's reasonable to think that he's being honest, because if somebody lied about you and you had a platform of 5 million viewers, you'd probably address it. So if he doesn't, that doesn't mean you're being gullible at all. It's about reasoning. Is there a reason to believe what we are hearing right now? There is. And as long as you're asking that question, that is skepticism. saying, "Oh, this is probably bullshit. We don't know, so it's probably different." That's being cynical. You don't want to be cynical. You want to be skeptical.
And I wasn't allowed in the room. And my agent did
That's
fight.
so dumb.
Steven's agent did fight to kind of get me in the room. Still never happened. And
what's the upside of not having the co-host during the rehearsals to make his comments fresher?
Yeah, I think so. He knew the jokes and where he could go quicker. With it.
Wouldn't you want him in the room to know that?
Oh wait, but why wouldn't you want the co-host to also know the jokes so you could go? I don't understand this.
Because I'm not funny enough. I'm Steven Crowder. I need everybody to be dumb and stupid around me because I need attention and I don't deserve it.
I guess you would seem funnier because you knew the topics better. I mean, even though I did know the topics because I was writing them into the show.
Okay.
But I guess it was just I don't know. I just was not allowed.
You would never give a reason, is my point.
Not really, no.
Okay.
So I would have to rush there to do nothing. So I would be playing with his dog while they did that.
Every day.
Unless we had to film something or I was to write something last minute, which wasn't very often.
I mean, hey, I get paid to play with dogs. But there's a purpose there. I'm trying to train the dogs. I would not. I mean, I guess I would like to be paid just to hang out with a dog, but not if I could be making a lot more money doing something else that I actually wanted to do. Dietrich says he's too good of a person. He was so selfish in his early life. He wants to correct it, but the marionette he lent his strings to put them around his throat, and each move he made pulled them tighter. Oof, scathing. Dietrich's on fire tonight. Dietrich's is heated tonight. Yeah, I'm with that. 100%. You're spot on.
Okay.
Because I had already written it the night before or that morning.
Okay.
So wait, I missed that. What did you say?
Something, or I was to write something last minute, which wasn't very often.
Okay.
Because I had already written it the night before or that morning.
Okay.
Hey, MJ coming through in the clutch with the $2 super chat. Says Morty needs a treat. Indeed, he does, but he gonna have to dance for this one. He gonna need to dance for this one. All right, dance. Come on, dance. There you go. Earn it, boy. Earn it. Good job. Thank you. Thank you so much to MJ. That's right. Every single super chat or cash app comes with a treat for Morty. Thank you so much.
So this was what, August, you're saying?
Well, August and then October was when this other contract came in. I said I'm not just going to have some deal where it's not a non-disclosure, but a non-negotiable thing. I'm like, that's just no. So I got the entertainment lawyer, filled it out, like I said, through this.
I don't understand that whole thing about telling you where your family has to live.
Yeah, right. What's going on here is a party. Welcome, Dr. Evil Genius, to the party, taking that sponsor spot with the $9.99. Dance, puppy, dance for Dr. Evil Genius. Let's give him one more. You can take one more. Thank you so much. Welcome to the party, Dr. Evil Genius. Shout out. Look at his eyes. Exactly. Thank you so much, brother. Another awesome YouTuber. Please definitely go check out his channel. And multiple channels. TSP, Dr. Evil Genius. He's doing the damn thing. What's going on here, though, is we are talking with Dave Landau over on the right. Used to work on Crowder. He was the third chair, and he's on this podcast with the other guy, Michael Malice, and spilling the tea that Crowder is a piece of shit, basically. Long and short of it. Let me update the banner here.
I'm like, that's just no. So I got the entertainment lawyer, filled it out, like I said, through this.
I don't understand that whole thing about telling you where your family has to live. I think that's kind of really, that to me sounds really egregious.
Well, especially when one's sick and needs their own insurance and might have a job that covers that.
Right.
And they know it.
Did you feel that was just like a twisting of the knife thing?
Yeah.
That just okay.
I felt it was very personal.
Real, okay.
I mean, that's why it's like hard to even get into, like, when still seem like a little jovial, because it's like, yeah, it's pretty shitty.
As please, I just dropped the link to the TSP Talking Shit podcast from Dr. Evil Genius and his co-host Cap. Definitely go check them out. They are doing the damn thing. Thank you again to Dr. Evil Genius. What does he say here? Reminds me of what guys that used to work with her were saying about just pearly things after she outed herself. Yep. Very, very, very similar situations. Now that you bring that up, very similar. That, you know, everybody is putting up a front because they want a piece of the camera. They want a piece of whatever. But behind the scenes, the leader is maybe not such a leader. Good point, brother.
Yeah.
Because it's like you're giving me one contract of like, you have to be here 7 days a week, except for possibly a Saturday every 6. And I would say that. I would go, you said I could leave one Saturday every 6 weeks. And it's like, where does it say that, Dave? It's like, just because you change the verbiage doesn't mean it doesn't say that.
Right.
Facts.
Right.
Words have meaning.
Yeah, and it's had you been okay, let's look at it this way. Had you been promising him that you're going to move your family to Dallas?
If things had, and that never happened.
If things had you broke up a bit. If
things had worked out.
Okay.
I said that there could be an opportunity for that.
Okay.
And if things in, you know, it would be in my personal life and whatever, sure. But no, that wasn't, that would have never been my choice.
Well, it's not his business.
No.
Quite literally. It's not like your wife or your kid or whoever, your uncle or your grandpa are helping you, driving you to work or writing skits with you.
Right. To say, again, it would make sense to say like, okay, we're doing a live show, so I need you to physically be here. But why do you need to move your family? Why is that part of the contract? If you want to move your family because you're going to be there, then that's your choice. But in Michael Malice's words, that's literally not his business. MJ says, oh, I didn't know about the just pearly things. I've seen some of the shorts, but I didn't enjoy her speaking voice. Yeah, I mean, she's just kind of a plain Jane who, you know, kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Reiterates red pill talking points, and because she is a girl, I guess that's it.
Yeah, I've seen some of your kids' comedy skits. They're not funny. Like, his drawing is crap. He tries, but like, okay, not everything.
Better.
Not everything's a knock-knock joke.
He has a hook, Mike.
Yeah, for a hand.
What?
Yeah, there's that. But like with Anthony, I was with Anthony for 3 years.
Again, if you're just joining us, Anthony Cumia of Opie and Anthony. Dave used to be on that show as well.
Yeah.
And had a much, much, much better experience both being on the show and leaving the show.
There was never even a mention.
Yeah,
I mean, when Anthony, people can say whatever the hell they want about him. If there was any issue with my family, it wasn't even with any family member. It wasn't even discussed in a way of like, well, let's talk about that. Can you stay here until 10 p.m. and then maybe take a red eye to the funeral? It was always like, oh, why are you here? Like, there was never even a thought in Anthony's head that anything should be more important than that.
Which is the way it should be. No job is more important than your family. What we were just talking about, how valuable the people who are in your life that care about you. Nothing could be more important than that. And when you work for somebody who understands that, and you are somebody who doesn't abuse those sensitivities, then that's a great team, because then you have respect for your boss, you have grace for your boss, and you want to work harder for your boss. And then when if shit goes down, then you know you're good, and you can worry about the things that need to be worried about without stacking. Oh, is my boss going to be mad? Am I still going to have a job? Any of those things, you don't have to worry about those. Dr. Evil Genius says, do you guys think it's sort of scummy? I'm going to say yes off the bat before I even read this, but do you think it's scummy to work with and draw a paycheck off someone for a long time and then expose them afterwards? Oh, that's a good question. I think it depends on two things. I think it depends on what you're exposing. It depends on two things. Number one is what you're exposing. If you're exposing that they're mean sometimes, then get the fuck out of my face. If you're exposing that they are paid somebody, then yes, absolutely, that's not scummy. I think in this situation, it turns the scum factor down on Dave's part. Number one, because of how badly he was treated, and in a, affecting his bottom line, affecting his money, affecting his pockets, affecting his actual career. And then the fact that we've seen how Crowder has done this to other people as well. Those two things, I think, draw back the factor of like, oh, you should have a loyalty to this person, because I think that's really what you're getting at, right? Is loyalty. But if they were never loyal to you and you tried to make it work and it was just a fight all the time, then like, yeah, you got a paycheck because you did work. You didn't get a paycheck because you decided to be friends with the person. So it's those two things. What are you exposing? And is there what was the other thing I said? I don't remember. Two things. Great question though. Dietrich says, I think Dave meets the qualifications for a room at the battered woman's shelter. This abusive behavior goes beyond the contractual obfuscation. The tyrant gaslighting and intrusion is stomach churning. Dietrich is not happy. Not happy. Yeah, I agree. If they're bad people, then it's fine. Because again, we're not talking about being friends with somebody. We're talking about working with somebody and drawing a paycheck off them. Fine. You get a paycheck for doing the work. As long as you've done the work and they give you the paycheck, then all is even. I do think it's in not in great taste if things aren't that bad to go out and start spilling dirty laundry. But there are definitely situations where we got to go the Kelly way. So he says, but Dr. Evil Genius says, but what if you knew they are paid someone in year 2, but continued working with them for 7 more years, then exposing them? There definitely is culpability in working for somebody like that, knowing that happened. Absolutely. But I would then turn it around and say, if somebody's doing that in year 2, but you work for them for 10 years, and after you work with them, then you expose them for what happened in year 2. Yeah, I don't really, I just don't have any loyalty to people who do that. I'm just gonna put that out there. If you are paid somebody, you get no loyalty from me. So let's say they stole money. Let's say they're extorting money, because our pay is a little extreme, and let's keep it a little more grounded to address the actual question. So let's say, but what if you knew they were like shaving off money from different employees? That's more realistic. That's reasonable. That's something bad. And so you knew that this person was stealing, wage theft, as they call it. This person was engaged in wage theft, and you knew early on, and you worked for them for a long time. And then you're not working with them anymore, and you're exposing them. Yeah, I think there's definitely there's definitely something there. I don't think it is wrong. I don't know if I would use the word scummy, but I do think that, loyalty is something that is very valuable. I don't know, that's a tough one. We might have to do a whole stream on this, Evil. MJ says, I don't know if scummy would be the word. Maybe if the last thing was so egregious that exposing that they were jerky for a long time, and then that topped the cake. Yeah. And then she goes on to say, well, look at Harvey Weinstein. Someone might feel trapped and be unable to leave and still work. So I would say that's probably that's probably in a different realm of what Dr. Evil and Genius is talking about. But certainly in that situation and those types of situations, It's not. I wouldn't say it's scummy at all. Like if you're doing that, you're trying to survive. Especially if it depends on like what work it is. How easy is it for you to find other work in Hollywood? If you get blacklisted by Harvey Weinstein pre-Me Too, that's it. That's it. So I mean, is it to say, oh, I didn't know that this is what Hollywood was like, I'm going to give up my dreams of being an actor? Maybe that is the most moral thing to do. But is that really reasonable and practical? I don't know that I would expect that out of myself or other people. But it's definitely tricky, and it definitely brings another aspect to this stream right here. And this is what being skeptical is about. Evil says, my allegiance would end immediately. I wouldn't wait until I got more money off a scummy person and then try to come off as morally superior. So I think of it like a relationship. The first time somebody, let's say you're with a girl, and the first time she does something out of pocket, you're not going to be like, I'm done. And in this case, it's like a death by 1,000 cuts. So it's little things here and there, and growing up to build a mound. It's heaps of sand that makes the mound. And so if there's not a big thing, where it's just like, he's kind of a jerk. He's being, I would like to be able to plug my dates a little bit more. I would like to have a little bit more flexibility. Then I don't think those things are in and of themselves enough to be like, fuck Crowder, I'm not working here. But when you put them all together, which takes time, then he did leave at that point. That's immediate to that point, immediately to when it got too far, where he was trying to make it work. It sounds like as soon as he realized that was not the case, he said earlier that Crowder asked him on the phone, do you still want to be part of the show? And he said no. So I don't know that I don't know that the characterization of trying to come off as morally superior is necessarily accurate. But I definitely see what you're saying. There's certainly a conversation there to be had about that. Bringing fire to the stream, Dr. Evil Genius. As well as Dietrich. Dietrich says, Dave had a career before Steven. Was it as exposed to the scene prior? No. However, the presence of a genuine concept of friendship that became a trip down a gravel road tied to a horse justifies it. Interesting. MJ says, did Crowder have that power of Dave? Yeah, so that's all what we've been talking about is the contract that he was under. He wasn't a 1099 independent contractor. He was a salaried employee with Louder with Crowder. He wasn't allowed to plug his dates. He had these crazy times. He had a 5 minute, if you're 5 minutes late, even though you took a red eye and you were writing jokes for the show all night and you came straight from the airport, if you're 5 minutes late, you don't get paid for the day. All these things, they add up. And so I think once it gets to that point, then at that point, it's the same thing as if one big thing happened. So again, bringing it back to, if it's an RPA situation, then like, yes, that in and of itself is enough to reach the bar of this is too much. But if you have little things and you're like, I can deal with this. All right, let's try to make this work. Hey, you know what? This ain't working. And so as long as it's when you're at that point, then I think he's being pretty gracious and not, just spilling everything. I think he's talking about what is relevant. And because of the fact that there's been a trail of people who have left the show in uncertain terms, and because they signed the NDAs, it is relevant for us to know what is going on in that company. Yeah. Wage theft by the guy that says taxation is theft. Yeah, that's the wait, are you talking about me or are you talking about Crowder? But I mean, either way, Crowder is just spitting in the face of everything that he espouses if we believe what Dave is saying. And what Dave is saying makes a lot of sense and lines up with a lot of stuff we were speculating during the Daily Wire thing. So I certainly don't harbor any ill will towards him for doing this podcast. I think, if you are living your life, then talking about your life, there's nothing wrong with that. It was very clear that they weren't friends because of the way Crowder was treating him. So he was just an employee. So if you're an employee and you have a bad experience with your boss, then what loyalty do you have to your boss? None. All right, so let's back this up a little bit. See where we are.
It was always here until 10 p.m. and then maybe take a red eye to the funeral. It was always right. Oh, why are you here? Like there was never even a thought in Anthony's head that anything should be more important than that.
Compared to that's what he was not used to, but that's what he felt on the Opie and Anthony show. And then you get to Crowder and it's like communist China.
Yeah. Okay. So when did the whole thing with Daily Wire happen? And what was your reaction to that?
That's kind of what happened with me. Was just before the break.
What was the break?
The break was winter break,
Okay.
right after he does his like Santa thing.
Okay.
Where like we went out for a minute and like I was dressed as an elf and I felt a bit degraded.
Oh, you know what? I actually I can see that in my head. I remember that. I don't know how much of it I actually watched, but I remember seeing Dave with the ears and the hat and everything.
And so and
I would feel a bit degraded too. We short kings, but don't highlight it. All right. We're sensitive.
Like I think we filmed a couple things. Like we had some Visa cards and I was asking people questions and then I just started handing them to people that didn't speak the language. And then because I figured he'd never show that. So I right before the break, I was in his office and it was me, him, and John, and he had a conversation with me that he wanted to put out my special and he was mad that I came to him because I had edited the special and I wanted to put it out.
So you filmed it without him in the interim?
I filmed a new one later without him.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So if you weren't here earlier, he was saying that because one show that was recorded, a comedy show that Crowder headlined, but gave all the door money to Dave Landau. Dave Landau recorded that to be his comedy special, and Crowder was like, "No, I own that now because I gave you the door money." Like, what? Excuse me? Do you have a contract that says that? But I guess he never got to put that out, so he had to film another special. And that, just thinking about the way that comedians think, when you record a special, it's like you're working on your material for a year, 2 years, whatever, usually about 2 years. You're working it out, you're workshopping this, and you're moving around, making sure that you have the best specials, that when it gets on tape, it's the best version of all these jokes. And then once you record the special, then again, it's like, weight lifted. All right. I'm a little worried about starting fresh, but I nailed all those jokes. I did all of that. I did the work for that special. That's banked now. So to have that feeling, have that thought, and then Crowder be like, nah, that ain't you, homie. Excuse me? Like, I got to go do that again? I thought I was done with that. And that's what he did.
Because he wanted this one, and I didn't want him to put it out.
The one that became a Prison 10.
Yes. So the original one was in Dallas, and I didn't want him to put it out because he just thought it was his.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. This is my life story. I mean, there's stuff in there about, my dad's death, my mom's suicide. Like, there's stuff in there that's so personal to me. So it's like, this isn't yours. So he brought me into his office and he said how he wished that he made the amount of money that I did last year and all this other stuff. And
Wait, he said that or intimated to that?
Yes.
Wait, he was implying that you made more money than him, or significantly more money than him.
Way more money than him, yeah.
Okay.
And I sat there and I believed it for a minute. I was like, I don't know what this guy must be paying these employees or what And I kind of
Hey, those
sat
mugs
there.
are not cheap.
Yeah, well, the mugs aren't cheap. There is no way that Dave was making more than Crowder. Because think about it. He was offered a $50 million contract from the Daily Wire. If he was, Dave Landau is certainly not making $12 million a year. Do the math.
No, they're not. China's very expensive for the American Patriot
Holy
mug.
crap.
And he told me, you saying that?
Yup. Steven Crowder, one and the same, talking about the same guy who whined and cried to the internet because he didn't like the initial offer he thought he deserved from Daily Wire. One and the same.
To me, and I kind of sat there like thinking like I mean I did well, but it's like, let's be real here, like it's not like that. And but it was really odd because it was like John was next to me, he's telling me that, like, I wish I made the amount of money
you made closer to fuck me money than fuck you money.
Yes. And I kept thinking, like, it's like you did make 70% of the tour, but you know, somehow that adds into me making more.
Yeah, I don't even understand what would he be trying to accomplish? What would Crowder be trying to accomplish by telling Dave that he's jealous that he's making more money? In what realm is that a thing that would be uttered for a reason?
But you know, and I didn't know even the kind of money that came in. I didn't know the real YouTube thing. I didn't realize.
Nor was it your business, right? That's fair.
No, I never asked.
Yeah,
It was none of my
it's
business.
not your business. Yeah, it's his
And
show.
and look, he created that empire. It's his money. It's his show. I never, and everything that I agreed to. That's the truth. So I never complained because that's what I agreed to.
Right.
So again, going back to Dr. Evil Genius's original question about, is it going to come out, make a paycheck from somebody and come out? When it comes to Dave, first of all, he didn't work for him for that long. I mean, Dietrich's maybe better than I do, but I would say less than the entire arc, call it, of Dave being on the show with any regularity was maybe a year, 2 years at most. Like he would come in as a guest, but I don't think it was that long. I don't think it was like years and years that they were working together. I mean, I know it wasn't years and years that they were working together, maybe 2 years, but it certainly wasn't 3.
So yeah, like the only thing I did complain about was, like, you said you would promote my shows and you didn't, and that pissed me off. Okay. So how dare you? But then we were on Christmas break and I didn't know what we were going to do. I didn't know if we were going to the Daily Wire or staying with the Blaze or whatever this whole controversy is.
You could have gone to the Daily Wire, but then Crowder tanked it.
And then all of a sudden he's there talking about a contract for $50 million. Now, he didn't out the Daily Wire. He just said it was a contract for $50 million and said it was somebody.
Well, let's call a spade a spade. I'm an idiot. I had no idea who he was talking about. But everybody else was like, bro, it's obviously the Daily Wire, because he redacted it. And so he's showing the contract with the name redacted. But it's the black bar is only like that long. So I'm thinking, hey, that could be like Fox, that could be ABC, that could be NBC. Everybody's like, no, dude, you're an idiot. That's DW, Daily Wire. Stupid. I was like, oh, apparently I'm just dumb.
It was pretty obvious who it was, but in his defense, he didn't out them.
Didn't he, though?
But then Jeremy came out and outed it too.
Jeremy, the head of this Daily Wire.
Right. And I saw it and I thought, $50 million, and I looked at it.
And he turned down 50 million. Let's be clear. Or up. I think 50 million was the ceiling, but it wasn't starting at 50. But yeah,
yes.
For $50 million, Ben Shapiro can have my foot.
Oh, for $50 million. I couldn't even believe it.
For $50 million, Ben Shapiro can have my dick.
But it's also going.
Pause.
It hit me too, though, because that means, what are we worth? That I just sat in an office.
Yeah.
And was shamed. The timeline met up to back in August that he first got this $50 million offer through my agent that I introduced him to.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Was at the same time that he knew what was going on in my personal life, that he decided to slide me a contract that said you have to do all this.
Yeah.
when he was being offered 50 million.
And complaining about it and saying this is not how business needs to be done and we need to change things and we don't have to do that and we can do better and we need to look out for the message and the mission and the people and all of that. All the while doing the exact same thing, except worse, to his own employee. How can I defend you? How can I say that I think you're a good person? It's not even about, like, again, if it was you're just a guy who has strict contracts or you're a guy who doesn't like strict contracts, like, okay, we're all different. But you can't be the guy who's talking all that shit about predatory contracts while you are employing predatory contracts. That's called hypocrisy.
Yeah.
People are saying how much it costs to run the studio and everything else. It's like, So the way that I looked at it, I was like,
Challenger.
Yeah, let's not.
It's not cheap, but it's not 50 million. Yeah.
Hell, he's making a ton of money, which I'm not saying he doesn't deserve, but it's like at the same time, you knew that you were making a profit, and I was working very hard to help you make that profit, and your response was "fuck you, I'm going to take everything from you." And I just kind of was watching that, like, is this for real?
Yeah.
And then they came back and said, well, we're going to kind of negotiate where, we come back with something, you come back with something.
So you are familiar with that way of doing business, Steven Crowder. Gotcha. Okay. I just thought you were bad at business, but apparently you're just a lying dick.
This isn't a contract. This is an offer sheet. And I listened to both sides and I thought, well, it seems that Jeremy's being very upfront and transparent here because he's pointing out everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I listened to a bunch of, different talking heads, but from what I could gather, each side had their points, but I felt that it was more of a Stop Big Con thing, seemed a little much.
So if you don't remember, Stop Big Con was the website, but the main package that Crowder was trying to say that the Daily Wire, Fox News, everybody, he's like, I'm not naming who this 2-letter company is, but they're all like this. Don't ever sign contracts like this. While at the same time, asking his own employees to sign more predatory contracts. It's the hypocrisy for me. I can't trust you. I don't know who you are as a person. I don't know what you stand for. I don't know if you stand for anything at all. So it doesn't matter if I find you funny. Okay, if I come across a clip and you're funny, then I'll laugh at it, but that's as far as it's going to go, brother. And you did it to yourself. You did it to yourself. I think a lot of people feel the same way as I do.
Yeah.
And it seemed like pushing more of this infighting and this narrative. And if people really have these ideologies that they want to push and believe, it didn't come off as very true. It just came off as more of what I had experienced, and I just didn't buy it. And I was bothered by it. And then I thought, well, now you have this other company coming in who's paying God knows how much money. You have other companies that want to offer, and people are going, he said it's not about the money, but he just asked for $120 million. So 50 million isn't about the money, and then it's $120 million, isn't? And I'm just being honest, going, that seems a little weird. And then for me, watching it, knowing what I had to look at and have to make choices on, and knowing how frustrated I was, for pennies, it bothered me in a lot of ways, where I thought, I can just go and do my own thing, and I was much happier as just a road comic. I don't have to do this. I can just go do something else. It was his choice to rip up my contract, not mine.
Right.
It wasn't my choice for him to do this, so I wanted to go.
Were there let me ask this, just to be clear, were there any terms that were better with this proposed contract than you had already been receiving previously?
No.
Or is it all in the worst direction?
Oh, it was all in the worst direction. I wasn't sure. I was like, do you want to fire me? Like, just fire me.
Right. It wasn't like the salary was doubled, but at the same time you got to move your family, right? It wasn't like a mix.
Right. No. It was no. It was a worse offer than you had originally by every metric. by every metric except my agent kept telling me, hang in there. I'm telling you, by February, you'll have 350 grand a year.
Okay.
What?
Why? How would that happen?
I had no idea because it never did.
But why would it? If the contract's for less than that, why would it change by February?
Exactly.
No
If
clue.
you're not allowed to tour.
Hit that poll, guys. Hit that poll. I know we already asked it, but be honest. Be honest. Just be honest.
It doesn't make any sense. Okay.
And I kept saying, but who's offering us? Like, is it the Daily Wire? Is it the Blaze? Is it this? Is it that? And he goes, well, I can't tell you that. It's
But
not.
if he's got you under contract, why would he give you a raise if he goes to the Daily Wire? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Right, but I just kept being told that, and I said, "Well, who's making the
There we
deal?"
go.
And he's like, "Well, I can't tell you. That's Steven's deal." And I said,
Is
"But
this
I'm
guy
on the."
Your agent?
He is my agent. I think
I think.
Okay.
he was.
Okay.
He was.
Well, I don't know if this is the same agent that that kind of, I guess, because he told the story about, I think when they were in Dallas, that his manager, I don't know the exact terms and the difference between a manager and a what are they calling it? I don't know. But is this the same dude that was representing Dave and then took on Crowder as a client and then kind of left Dave in the lurch because Crowder was a bigger deal? Is that the same guy or is this a different role? I'm not sure.
But he's Steven's agent. He makes millions and millions and millions of dollars off of Steven. So
Yeah. Okay. Same dude.
Okay.
I hope I know that their relationship that I connected them with has been very fruitful.
Okay.
And which is fine. I mean, it's odd because
those little things like that, where you would be, you would be not in the wrong to feel some type of way about like, yo, you're my manager, or you're my agent, or whatever it is, and this is my friend, and so between the two of you, you're supposed to be my friend, you're supposed to be my agent, and now you two are going off and canoodling. It would make sense to feel some type of way. But he's like, and that's fine. That's fine. This is peeks into the personality of who we are talking to, and whether or not, in the vein of being skeptical, whether or not we want to believe what they are saying. MG said, ooh, if that was the case, then that is scummy. Oh yeah, I don't think we're having any trouble pointing out scummy things that that Crowder has done. The question was about Dave. Shouldn't there be a finder's fee to Dave then? Probably, but Crowder ain't gonna. I mean, come on, Crowder. Now we know. We didn't know, but now we know.
Why wouldn't you? I have no problem with them working together, but why just sneak around and fuck me?
Yeah. Right.
Like, you could have just told me that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you let me use your platform, I'll let you use my agent to make money.
Right.
But instead, it's like, let's just give Dave nothing.
Right.
And it's odd because so many people have come out because I made a joke on the show where I said, look, I'm all about the money. It's what I do it for. I'm all about the money. Which in a joking way is me saying, yes, I work for money. I don't work for wagon wheels and horseshoes.
I said, shit, me too. Me too. Do any of you work for free? But in Crowder's mind, that's as bad as climate change.
Yes.
But at the same time, it was a joke because but so many people I realized are stupid and listen to some ungodly amount of money and go, he said it's not about the money. And that's the truth. And it's like,
Talking about me. He's talking about me. He said it wasn't about the money. And I believed him. Yes, we are. We are. I have been stupid very, 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 very many times in my life. And believing that Steven Crowder actually cared about helping people like me build this career was stupid. But again, listen to the way he talks about it. Listen to the way he talks about it. And I'm not even mad because he's right.
horseshoes.
Yes.
But at the same time, it was a joke because but so many people I realized are stupid and listen to some ungodly amount of money and go, he said it's not about the money. And that's the truth. And it's like, are you how stupid are you? Of course.
Pretty stupid.
But here's
about
the
the
other thing.
money.
Let's suppose it's not about the money.
Mhm.
I didn't see anything in those Daily Wire terms that were particularly offensive. They weren't like move your
Nope.
family, change your name. You had to advocate for gun control, or you have to endorse Biden. Do you know what I mean? Like,
For those of you who didn't hear it, part of the contract for Dave Landau from Steven Crowder was not only that Dave had to move, but that he had to move his family. Let him make that decision on his own. You are not the boss of his life. You are the boss of his job.
I don't think
No.
anything in that contract was at all offensive from what I'd seen of it.
No, I don't think that they did. And that's what my problem was with it. And I don't know anybody at the Daily Wire. The only reason why I know anybody at the Daily Wire is because they were friends with him.
Okay, yeah.
And that's what
Word.
bothered me about it so much was I was like, why would you do that?
Folks, your welcome is brought
Yep.
to you by Progressive Insurance, and let's find averages you so it's FP by.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the show. How did you find out that he tape records his phone calls?
Probably from seeing the way we all did, seeing that he recorded a friendly holiday conversation with a true friend, somebody who was legitimately his friend, and misconstrued his words, or might we say semantic obfuscation, to make him look bad and throw him under the bus, to benefit himself, to put himself in a better position, for him to act like he has the moral high ground when he didn't.
I heard that he did.
Okay, people in the office talked.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I had heard that he did, and that he'd showed a few other people how to do it.
Okay.
And
how what kind of person does that? So going back to what Dr. Evil Genius was talking about with knowing that people are doing bad things and taking money from them. Like, again, if you record phone calls without people knowing, that's pretty fucking shitty. I don't think that would be enough for me personally to say, oh, I can't work with you. But on top of everything else, it's just like, how could I work with you? How could I?
And that's how I knew. But then I really didn't care. I mean, there's cameras everywhere. It's
True.
like,
True.
but at the same time, I'm like, oh, he's in a business where maybe he needs to for whatever protection. I get it.
That's what in the psychology world, what we call rationalization. You want it to be something that you don't have to worry about. And so your brain literally allows you to make excuses that you believe.
He could get me too really easily. You know how it works with statutes.
I get it. Yeah. So it's like I really didn't think it was that big of a deal. I did think it was a big deal to play it on the air.
Yeah.
And to call it slave wages when you buy clothing and mugs from slave wage countries where children make shit, and you're saying you're a patriot. Like, that bothers me because of the hypocrisy, but that's
exactly.
I guess I'm just being nitpicky at this point, saying something like that.
Are you though?
It bothered me because I would never record my friend and play it on the air.
Right.
And even this is a hard conversation to have because I want people to just kind of get a vague idea of why I left. So at that point, I honestly had no idea about any of this big con stuff. So if anybody thought it was a pre-planned thing, I can't say that. I don't know that to be true.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's various timelines, but
he did register the domain name months before the Daily Wire, contract or a term sheet came in. Nick says, how do you think this will affect Crowder's career? Unfortunately, I think he's at the place where he's going to be fine. I think he's got enough of an audience, and I don't think that Dave Landau is influential enough to really do anything that Crowder wouldn't be able to explain away or kind of rationalize. So I do think there's a number of us who are done, but I think most people are in their echo chambers and they don't care. Like, oh, Dave's gone. Oh, all right, I guess Dave's gone. That's yep. So let's look at this poll. So the first time we did this poll, this was the first poll of the night. So the first time we had 54% said yes. So now 3 hours and 28 minutes later, the same question gets 80% no. Told you I had some tea for y'all.
Saw it as these two things going on, and I called up Gerald, and I like Gerald a lot, and I said, Jeremy Boring's talking about a $50 million thing. Like, I kind of saw Crowder talking about it, but now I'm watching this rebuttal. I don't understand, and
I bet Gerald, as the second chair and CEO, is like, oh yeah, no, we're totally in the right, and we're yeah, Steven Crowder's the best great thing ever.
I was furious, to be honest. And then when he came back with the other thing, I was like, don't play that.
Yeah.
And then I was just kind of furious with a lot of people with the infighting. I guess everything runs on hypocrisy and drama. That's the lubricant of our society. But it was all this infighting, going at each other.
And that's something that, you see on the left a lot. And, part of the ecosystem on the left is to call out people who are doing wrong things. Specifically, on social media and in small, in small ways. We already have a culture of, prosecuting crime, but that's a whole other thing. But Crowder, there was regardless of politics, there was a group of people that had a similar message. That were all doing their own thing, all had separate opinions, but were all working towards essentially the same goals. And Steven Crowder single-handedly created a division that people had to take one side or the other. Because I don't know if he could have planned it any better. But the way that he did what he did, the way that he came out, with the contract at first, with it blanked out, and forcing Daily Wire to read the contract, and then recording all of that stuff, and then going on the PBD podcast and talking about we want the same shit, the message, the mission, the young creators, all of that, and then to do nothing, and that infighting is still. There's still remnants of it. There's still, people who are like, oh, well, that guy did this and that guy did that. And there's still, you can feel a rift. And the right doesn't organize well, full stop. And so when we were in a place where, and you guys know that I'm not on the right anymore than, whatever. There already was a lack of organizational power. And so the organic nature of everybody kind of pushing for these same values was huge. But by splintering that, despite you saying that all you care about is the message and the movement and you don't care about the money, you've really, really harmed that message and enriched yourself in the process. So action speaks louder than words in my world.
Saying of who was right and who was wrong, and I thought it was very clear who was right and who was wrong. It was playing a private conversation. It shouldn't have been done. That's my honest opinion.
Yeah, I was, and remember, guys, I was completely in Crowder's camp when that first video came out. Even when the Jeremy Boring video came out of him reading the contract, it's like, okay, I can see both sides, but I understand where Crowder is coming from. What I didn't know was all of this shit. If I knew all of this, I'd be like, Crowder, what the fuck are you complaining about? Just take the money and do your fucking job.
So I was going to go back onto the show. I was getting paid. I sent in a few things, but I did have jury duty on a day, and I just couldn't.
Don't tell me he fired you for jury duty. That's so patriotic.
And I called and
isn't that illegal? I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
Quit. I said I couldn't do it.
How'd you say it? Were you nice about it?
I said, yeah. I go, I'm just saying I don't want to do it anymore. It's not for me. You guys had terminated my contract back in August. And then I followed up with a text because I learned the last time I
Yep.
quit a
Get
job
it in
to make sure
writing.
everything. This is the
Codified in
conversation we
writing.
just had
Yes.
to let you know.
Memorialize it. Yes. That's good
Yeah.
advice to everyone listening. Yes.
Yes. And
Get it in writing. If it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. If it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. So, I mean, again, addressing I got to start this because this was a fantastic question from Dr. Evil Genius. You know, to say, do you think it's sort of scummy to work with and draw a paycheck off someone for a long time and then expose them afterwards? I think because it, you know, generally, you know, if it's stuff like this, it maybe the answer would be closer to a yes. But because it wasn't a long time, and because the things that were exposed needed to be exposed and should be exposed and are hypocritical, then I don't think there's really anything wrong that he's doing here. Because I think even, you know, since you know, you've been here, what, 40 minutes. In the last 40 minutes, I'm sure you've seen a little, just a little bit of, you know, the grains of sand amounting, turning into the mound. That was a greatly said sentence followed by another one. You see the grains of sand that lead up to the mound. There we go. And it's just not anything that we would expect somebody to keep quiet about for any particular reason, I don't think, in this situation. But generally, I do think it is a good question. I think it doesn't necessarily apply to this situation. I thought that was illegal. I thought, you know, if you get jury duty, that's jury duty. You can't get fired for that.
And then he'd call me a couple days later and say, would you come in and do a farewell episode or something these 2 days?
I'd be like, hell
you know,
no.
let me tell a story because this is something germane.
Sure.
Which I hadn't told. It's very briefly.
Story
I had
time.
the first draft due for the new right, like the book,
Mhm.
and Charlottesville was coming up. And I told my editor, listen, this is going to be the perfect last chapter. I'm going to go to this thing, not even knowing it was going to be a huge thing. I thought I was going to interview all these guys. We're driving there on a Friday, and that was the first night. That's when they had that march, and it was on CNN. I'm like, okay, this is going to be, what are we getting ourselves into? And I was a little scared, to be honest.
If you don't know those guys, I believe the trial for a lot of those guys is starting soon. So if there's stuff that you want me to cover with that, let me know.
And you know, put it together. I called my editor. Excuse me. I had this conversation. And he goes, "Okay, that sounds great." And then I think a week or a couple weeks later, he puts in writing, "Your book's officially late." Blah 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 blah. And when I confronted him about that phone call, he goes, "Oh, well, I don't remember saying that." So people who are listening to this,
writing.
You'll be surprised by how comfortable people in power and corporations will lie or not care to your face. So if you have an important phone call where something that affects a project has been changed or codified, email them and have it in writing. There's no downside, and there might be a major upside. Learn from me and Dave. Okay, go ahead, Dave.
And me, and me too. Me too.
So I said I would, you know, I'm like, you know what, I could come back. I do have to do jury duty that Monday, which I guess you can get out of, but I stupidly had already filled out a form. But Stupid. I was also bothered because I had to reshoot my special. I had shot Normal World.
Why'd you have to reshoot the special?
Because Steven owned it. He said he owned it.
Because he wanted to put out the version that he wanted from Dallas, and I didn't want that out. It was tainted for me. It was just a bad memory, you know, and that's as simple as that.
It's not even about the fact that it was a good comedy night or a bad comedy night. He said, I didn't want that out there because it was tainted and it was a bad memory. That's how influential a boss can be. And especially when you're in this world that you know, essentially compared to other industries, it's the wild, wild west. When you take a stand-up comedy and internet shows, there's not a lot of precedent on how things are done. And so if somebody understands that and can take advantage of it, you get what we have right here.
So I reshot my special, and then I had put out Normal World, and that came down to, I was told that it's if I didn't say that That was originally supposed to be a pitch for Steven.
What?
They would fire the 3 employees that were in it at the time.
Wow.
And that was my choice. So 3 people were on the
say this? They for you to say publicly.
They said, yeah, that they had to basically come up with a statement and say that it was originally a pitch for Steven, so he could kind of own it.
What?
And that they wanted me to like take it down off of YouTube, and my agent said, take it down, I'll get it sold.
This is crazy. This is crazy. How are you anybody who could purport to have any moral standing in anything? If this is how you behave, if this is how you treat the people who work for you, the people who are around you. And as I'm sorry, I forget who brought it up. Maybe Dietrich's, maybe the CanCast. I apologize. I forget who it was. Or no, I think it was Wake Up Call Production. I don't know. Somebody brought up about if this is what he is doing. Oh, it was Monolithic Ethos. How Crowder treated Dave and Jared tells me how he might have treated his now ex-wife. Spot on. How do you treat people this way? Yeah, yep. Unfortunately, that's what it's about. Good job, Crowder. You filled up your mug with liberal tears. Now what? What are we supposed to do with this? It's just a shame because like all you had to do was just be a normal person and you would have continued to find success. But you got greedy, you got selfish, and you got conceited. And not only did you ruin your own career, you ruined a lot of shit for Dave. And those of us out here who are looking for call it news, call it whatever you want, information on current events without this, woke establishment, whatever. You've taken that from us because now we can't trust you. But I guess you own the libs. Good for you, bro.
And, they would fire 3 people if I didn't take it down.
You were told this on the phone or in writing?
On the phone.
That your colleagues would be fired if you don't do this. You were threatened as hostage. They're basically hostages, right?
Yeah, and I saved plenty of texts, okay. But it was just a matter of I was like, okay, but it was never for him. He could have gotten it though. He could have had the option to use it onto a new network. But I started making it because some of my sketches just weren't to the taste of that show, and I wanted to do something as a side project. A little too much cum references, especially the demon molesters. Just far too much cum.
So if you missed the beginning of the show, Crowder specifically said that he needs to say the word cum less.
And but truthfully, it was my own project because it's a surreal dystopian nightmare that's not necessarily right or left wing. It's not anything. It's just it's sort of just shining a light on everything in our society.
Okay.
And it's a different thing than what his show is. It was created
very much
separately,
Right. Like we were saying in the beginning, Steven Crowder, or rather Louder with Crowder, is for people who already agree with Steven Crowder.
Yeah. So that was another thing where I kept thinking, well, you never retweeted my special even to acknowledge it existed, even though I had retweeted a few things, in his favor with the Daily Wire thing, even though I don't know if I should have.
And little things like that matter. Like, bro, I not only are you a part of this, but this is my livelihood and this is what I care about more than anything else. And I can't get a retweet? That's how much I mean to you? It's one button. Just hit the button. It means so much to me, and it takes nothing from you. Same thing with the like button and the subscribe button.
And I still backed him up. You know, I didn't go against him or anything. I was like, okay, well, this is fine. I mean, I didn't put it out there. And in that moment, people were like, you should put up the contracts you have, bury them right now. And I thought, no, there's people who work there that have families, and I care about the people who work there, and I'm not interested in taking down his show. I'm just interested in leaving.
Yes. Okay.
So I told them, look, I can come in and do, you know, kind of a farewell show, a couple shows.
I'd be like, hell no, I'm done.
It got closer. They said I had to do the jury duty. I was going to go in on Monday. That was a huge problem for them. They were furious.
You're not allowed to have a problem at work if you have jury duty. I say this as an anarchist. Like, you can, that's like, they're really big on this. You can't, like, you can't get fired or have consequences. If you get jury duty, even if you're on that jury for 6 months in some of these impaneled juries, you have to have your job when you get back. This is very known.
Yeah. And I was in LA and I was flying back to Dallas. But then I was just like, what are you going to do? Fly back to Detroit? I was like, yeah.
I have to, yeah.
But is that magic? Like, so that's what I did. And then I didn't get called in, but I had to be there.
Yes.
That's that simple. So it's what I had to do. It's what I did. And then I did offer to come in, but then it was sort of being ghosted. And I've had to deal with a few things with medication. I know I've had my own issues with mental health. It is what it is. But I have tried to be like, look, we can figure this out, whatever it is. But it's just come down to, and I would do want to say, if you're a fan of the show, watch the show. Nick DiPaolo is absolutely hilarious. I think it's great they have him on. I like Brian Callen a lot. I think it's great. Like, I don't want to be compared to other people that are being brought in. I think it's a good show. Like, that's the part that I don't want to go against. I just want to say,
I just did Brian Callen's show.
Did you?
And Brian was of the belief that the Second Amendment, well-regulated militia, means the government gets to regulate gun ownership. And
Brian Callen? What? Brian Callen used to be based as... Oh, that's what happens when you spend too much time with Brendan Schaub. Your brain goes to shit. And also, speaking of people getting lost in their own sauce, man, really? Really? Come on, Brian.
I just yelled at him for 10 minutes straight. I don't know when that drops, and he appreciated being clowned because it was coming from an informed place. I really like Brian a lot.
He's a great guy.
And Nick's hilarious. I don't know him, but I like his.
Oh, he's one of the best comics ever, and I genuinely mean that. And he's just phenomenal. So there's no part of me that wants to see any ship like that sink.
Yeah,
there's just the part of me that goes, for whatever reason, he and I had this tension that I think was especially custom to me because he saw me and him as very similar. And at that point, I just said, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I don't know why he is like this with some co-hosts. I know he has a track record, and I just have to leave. That's why I'm leaving. Mm-hmm. And I do sincerely wish him the best. I wish that show the best. But for anybody who's watching,
do you though? I mean, probably not. Probably, like, if they fail, you're probably gonna be like, yes, no, so sad. Oh, yeah.
I'm going to do my own thing. I really hope he respects that, and I respect him, but it's like, it's done. I cannot be part of that anymore after, how I was treated. I'm happy to go.
Echoing the words that were said to him by the showrunner. Or no, excuse me. After he talked to the showrunner and he talked to Crowder, what's done is done. And then full circle gets to use that exact line on Crowder. It's like a movie.
I just don't want to do it. Done.
Wasn't there some miscommunication about your last days on the show publicly?
Yes.
Can we talk about that briefly?
Yes. Well, it was the jury duty thing. Wasn't that the...
Well, did they say you're coming back?
They did say I was coming back because I did say I would come back and do those days as long as I didn't have to go back for that reason.
Okay.
And they sent me an NDA to sign and with a money amount. I turned it down. I said, I'm not going to sign an NDA. That goes against everything that your show stands for.
And this is what allows us to have this. And in case you missed it, let's the whole crux of this entire thing rests on what Dave just said.
I turned it down. I said, I'm not going to sign an NDA. That goes against everything that your show stands for.
That goes against everything that your show stands for. And your show is you. So what you are doing goes against everything you stand for, meaning you stand for nothing. You are just like every other lemming out there. You just got you're a little bit more articulate. You're a little bit more witty. And maybe you're just, I don't know. Maybe you're just a intimidating presence where people don't want to, fucks you. Goes against everything that you stand for. Guys, if there is any point in time where somebody has a justified reason to tell me that I am doing something that goes against everything that I stand for, I need you guys to give me a swift kick in the asshole. I will never be that person. I don't want to be. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Like, where are the good people? It says, you're right. This is a messed up pile of shit. Indeed it is. Yeah. Don't let me get lost in my own sauce. I mean, my sauce is saucy, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Non-disclosure agreement. People who don't know what that is. Yeah.
Yes. He sent me a gift to help for getting him to Rumble. No strings attached. Very nice.
Oh,
But
nice.
I
A
said
cash
that
gift or a physical gift?
cash. It was
Okay.
cash. But it was still something where, and which I appreciate, it was nice. But after that, it's like, it's just done that I was not going to sign anything. I was not going to say that I'm not going to ever defend myself or say there was a reason that I didn't leave or take, or just say that, I deserved it. Or the reality was in the last year, I was treated in a way that I did not deserve to be treated. And regardless of any amount of money that people think or thought that I made, it was not worth it.
So, I mean, going back to the original question, do you guys think it's sort of scummy to work with someone and draw a paycheck off someone for a long time and then expose themselves afterward? Expose them afterwards. There are definitely situations where that would be very scummy. This, in my personal opinion, is not one of them. In my opinion, this is a very, very low level of a similar Me Too situation. It's not sexual, but it's still abusive. And he was between Dave, Quarter-Black Garret, not gay Jared, Sven Computer, whoever else has been on the show and was forced to, not forced. I mean, obviously he didn't sign the NDA, but everybody who has experienced this and hasn't been able to speak out about it, if for no other reason, then it's important that we know, one day I might have signed a contract with them. Who knows? Who knows where I'm going to be a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? But now that I know this, I am better served to carry out my mission and my message and my goals better. Because I don't expect you to go woke. Definitely not. You actually like being able to look at yourself in the mirror. Well, I don't know if I like looking at myself in the mirror, but I certainly don't hate it. And if I went woke, I sure would.
And
not that
I
pretty.
appreciate
I just
every
got
fan
long
that
hair.
came out to every show. And I really do appreciate deeply the fan base that Steven got me. But it just, by the end of it, the gaslighting and I'm glad to be done. And
told ya.
And that's about it, And the confusion came to a lot of people that called them a liar about jury duty. Steven wasn't lying. That was the truth. It's just they didn't have me back on after that because they were very upset that I chose jury duty. But that was how it worked. And then I think he felt embarrassed that I didn't show up after he said I'd show up.
Somebody says, do you think that Steven Crowder sold his soul to the devil? And that is what has changed in his life too. Well, as a not a God-fearing nor a demon or devil-fearing man, I would say yes. The devil being attention and virtue. Attention and virtue. He wants to act like he is, some upstanding, moral person who is a little bit brash, but he's doing it for the right reasons because he's trying to get this country back on track. Da, 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 da. But he's just like everyone else. He's just like everyone else. He may be a little bit funnier and has the platform. But if you take Steven Crowder today and you take him to, another universe where he decided to not go into, YouTube and all that stuff, and you put the Steven Crowder today on YouTube, do I think that channel would blow up? No. He's grandfathered in, but no. MJ says, have you seen those quicks of multiple Hollywood-like people that say they sold their soul? Not specifically. I mean, I'm definitely familiar with the concept, but haven't seen anything like that.
And that is pretty much how I got ghosted or whatever this thing's been. But I don't want to ignore the fans anymore. And every day I get, when are you coming back? When are you coming back? I'm not. So
when was the last time you spoke with him?
Maybe 2 months ago, a month and a half.
What was that conversation like?
He texted me and said, I'm glad you're going to come back to do a show. I said, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And he said, I have your Christmas present in my garage.
Yeah, it's a knuckle sandwich.
And I was like, okay, don't, what do you say?
That literally reminds me, spoilers for, actually, no, I'm not going to spoil anything. But if you know Breaking Bad, the scene where Hank and Walt are in the garage and he closes the door and he's like, you know what he says if you know what he says. That's what this reminds me of.
He said it's very heavy. I said, I hope it's a panda. He said, I don't trust animals that don't fuck. And I said something like, I'll fuck it. And that was it. And that way, I think that was the last time we spoke.
The last words you ever said was, I'll fuck it. Talking about a panda. Couldn't go any better than that.
What would you say to him if you saw him if you're in a room with him right now?
Sorry that it didn't work out. I think we actually made a really good team.
That's the kind of person that you want working for you. That's the kind of person you want as a friend. That's the kind of person that you want in your corner. That even when you fuck them, they are still willing to give you grace. They are still willing to try to mend things, to not completely burn the bridge. It's just sad that this is not like an uncommon dynamic between just people of any sort of relationship, whether it's work, whether it's dating, whether it's friends, whether it's siblings. It's so common, and it's so heartbreaking. Dietrich says, if someone is trying to burn someone to the ground, they will supplement some, quote, they were decent moments to not set in the idea they are malicious, but they won't give full examples like Dave did. Okay, so are you saying, if someone's trying to burn someone to the ground, they will supplement. So you're saying that he is trying, so I'm with you. Can you expand on this? What is the bottom line on this? Because I'm with you, but what does that mean? Zig says most of these early YouTubers are all self-sabotage because they don't know how they got where they are and where to go. I mean, none of us do, honestly. There's no handbook for being a YouTuber. Like, you just start and you do it and you mess that up, so you fix that, and then you realize that sucks, and then you know, Dr. Evil Genius tells you that you can't speed up the videos because despite the fact that you like watching them faster, it's not about you, and you stop speeding up the videos. I mean, it's trial and error. So on that part, I understand. I'm not excusing it, but I understand. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about somebody who's well established. We're talking about somebody who is not set, but in a great position. And still behaving like this. There's no reason. There's no benefit. And as we're seeing, it's all downside.
Okay. Are you expecting him to call you screaming and flipping his shit?
No, I'm expecting him more or less
Ignore
to
it?
martyr it or ignore it.
Martyr it or ignore it. Knowing Steven Crowder as we do now after watching all of this, if I were him and I thought like that and acted like that, I absolutely would be like, using all of this to martyr myself and further victimize myself. But I guess he didn't really, I guess he saw this and was like, you know what? I can be a bigger victim because I'm getting divorced. And also 2-3 months ago, Candace Owens said something about praying for me. So I can use that to martyr myself. And that's what he did. I'm kind of speechless. I'm usually a decent judge of character. I've definitely judged people wrongly many times, but generally, I can tell when somebody is at least, the spectrum of goodness and evil. I can usually tell which side of the spectrum they're on. I may not know exactly where, but usually I can tell. And it's the people who are, in that middle ground that you really got to worry about because you don't know. Apparently, Crowder was one of those who was on a little bit on the evil side.
Okay. Let's end on a positive note. Okay.
Deal.
Talk a little bit more. Tell us more about what plans you have for your show on the Blaze. I'm really glad that this happened and you landed at such an awesome place.
Yeah, so I was just saying as well that I think that being able to do this, not signing the NDA, and using this podcast as a springboard, he already has plans with Quarter-Black Garret, so I think he's going to do well. We got Ian Undercover in the building. Welcome to the party. Says, I see DePaulo gorilla pressing him through a table in the near future. Crowder, you mean? I could definitely see that because. Hey, DePaulo is no bitch. DePaulo is no, but he's not gonna get pushed around. He's a nice guy, but he's not a nice guy. This is gonna develop. I don't know. So how frequently? Because I saw a clip with Brian Callen and I saw a clip with Nick DePaulo in the third chair. Does anybody watch regularly enough to know which is the most common third chair as of right now? Because that's the person that I would look out for. But then again, Brian Callen is also kind of a pushover. Who else has he had there? His dad. Obviously, his dad is his dad. So, yeah, DePaulo. Oof. Crowder, watch your step.
Thank you. And thank you for letting me talk about it because there's very few people I would really want to bring this up to. And I'm very happy about it. It's me, Quarter-Black, and a few other people that have been working together. My friend Ken, as well as Matt McClowery, and Bryce, who.
So Matt was the comedian the autistic comedian that got a standing ovation when the three of them did a show with Crowder headlining. So it was Crowder's audience. Guy got a standing ovation, but Crowder wouldn't let him on the show for reasons. Likely because he was too funny.
Who put together.
Is Matt moving to Dallas? Are you guys filming in Dallas?
He is going to be doing writing from Florida for.
Okay.
MJ, is there music in that? Actually, we've already gone too long. Never mind.
For the Blaze.
Okay.
And I will fly him out, of course, to be in sketches and that sort of thing. But we will be.
How can someone who has no human emotion act in a sketch?
It will be difficult. Well,
is
it's
he going to
funny.
play Lurch in every episode?
Yes. Well, now that he has a daughter, I think he's dextering it a bit, where he's pretending to be human. It's something. So I think he acts every day.
Are they talking about Crowder or DePaulo? Dietrich says people who aim to destroy deflect their intent by giving minimal grace, but not leaving it void of. For the point of not appearing a hateful doomsayer. Dave shows gratitude for Stephen in detail. Gotcha. So so originally we were saying if someone's trying to burn someone to the ground, they will supplement. Oh, they were decent moments here and there, but won't give full examples like Dave did. Meaning that Dave is not trying to. It speaks to the idea that Dave is not trying to burn them down. That he's just sharing his experience. Definitely agreed. Read. Yeah, I was gonna say we could watch it, but we're past the 4-hour mark. I did not expect to get 4 hours out of an hour and 16 minutes, but let's finish it up and head over to Discord. We could definitely watch it there.
It's so weird. Like he actually, I've never seen him love anything for real.
Okay.
Like he can actually hold something without killing it. It's astonishing.
God bless, knock on wood.
I know, right? That's true. I shouldn't put the cart
You-
before
you
the
better
horse.
nice him
The
down.
hearse. Yeah, so he's such a precise writer, which is what I love about him, and it's because of the goofballness.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a bit of it's going to obviously have a political edge to it because everything does now. I think it's almost impossible not to.
And especially
it will-
Dave.
Yeah, of course. But we will have more of a pop culture side to it, doing a few fresher things that they're not doing, and also working in other people at the Blaze to be in sketches that we've
Great
already
idea.
started to do.
Yeah, if you're heading out, thank you so much for being here and supporting the show, MJ. Very, very much appreciated. If you get all that done and you are chilling, we will likely be in the voice channel of the Indian Jesus Discord server. That is where we do our after party, after show, after panel, whatever you want to call it. That is where the party is. So check out the link in the description, and we are heading there as soon as this stream is done.
Can you promise me to keep the Dylan Mulvaney references to an absolute minimum?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. We did write one sketch about it that we're going to film, but it's more or less making fun of the people in the bar who are on opposing sides.
Okay.
Like
Fair enough.
I want to always find the angle that isn't making fun of the exact thing.
Well, you can make, but there's no the exact thing. There's
I shouldn't say
the exact thing.
I'm so sick of this person and the outrage.
Bats are harmless, though. Okay, fair enough. They're good though. Just maybe you'll turn into Batgirl. Who knows?
It's like it's so WWF to me. Like both from Bud Light, and it's just like that you're giving oxygen to something that's a symptom of a far broader problem.
Which is exactly why the Bud Light boycott needs to continue. Just buy another beer, guys. If you are somebody who drinks Bud Light on the regular, just get a different one. Even if you get Budweiser, it doesn't matter. It's a show. It's a protest. It's to send a message. It's not about tanking Anheuser-Busch. That's not what it's about. It's about showing the company that when you do specific things, when you cross a certain line, people are not going to support you anymore. That's what that's my piece on the boycott. Nick said, "Crazy doesn't feel like it's been that long. Time flies when you're having fun." Completely agreed. That's why I love hanging out with you guys, man. I love it.
Like Dylan Mulvaney's like Cindy Sheehan and Kazir Khan, the guy who held up the Constitution at Hillary Clinton's convention.
What?
They're all disposable. Greta Thunberg is going to age out, and you're going to pretend she never existed. It's all symptomatic of a broader issue. And if you're just going after the pawns, you're missing out on the king and the queen and the rooks.
Well, it's like the trans and sports thing. I mean, my take on it was if I was to compete as a woman, it would just make no difference whatsoever. They'd be like, "Who's that fat girl? I think she has emphysema.
Is that
her balls?
Patty?
Like her balls are hanging out of her bathing suit." So it becomes a joke on me. Yeah. And then I have people commenting that are trans, like, this is a very funny approach, actually, because I genuinely.
There you go. So Ian Undercover said Dave did a following interview on the Compound Media YouTube channel. So if you care more about any other details that he might have, check that out. And if it's interesting, drop it in the content suggestions channel in my Discord server, and maybe we'll talk about it. I kind of feel like we got what we need out of it, but personally, if you are interested in it, definitely check that out. Thank you very much, Ian Undercover.
I want you to laugh at it. I don't want you to be offended.
When is I remind people, when are you aiming for the first episode to air?
Hopefully end of May, beginning of June.
And how often is it going to be airing?
3 days a week.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of content.
Is what we're shooting
that's really
for.
Tell me about it.
Sarah is a great sport. And she's
All right.
here, I'm going to tell a secret. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble. You can guess when someone who looks like that and is funny. She was a big girl in high school. Sorry, Sarah. I'm
Was
outing
she?
you. You can't look like that and be that funny and that like thick-skinned unless you grew up not looking like that.
I don't even know who Sarah is, but I completely agree. If you're hot and you're funny, you were definitely something was going on. You were not people who are always hot don't develop a sense of humor like that. Oh, Nick says the feeling is mutual. Thanks for doing this, bro. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys. So thank you for being here. Hey, we got 2B Artistry coming through. Telling us she's going to be at the after party. So again, join that Discord server. Welcome to the party, girl. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we kind of got what we came looking for out of that. So again, I just want to ask the replay gang, if you made it this far, please let me know what time you either started or finished watching this. I'm looking to potentially move things around because as much as I love that you guys watch, I want to be able to interact with you guys just like I am with Ziggs and Ian and Dietrich and MJ and Harley and all the people who show up. I want you to be a part of that as well. That is as much a part of what I'm doing here than the message itself. What do we have here? What do I have here? 2B Artistry just the last minute takes up the sponsor spot with oh come on. All right, well, it's not focusing, but she sent me a $12 super chat, and that makes her the sponsor of the stream. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I can't tell you guys enough. I mean, it's, Dave was just talking about how, like, yeah, I don't work for free. And like, as YouTubers, we, especially in the start, we kind of do work for free. Obviously I have my job, but for over a year, I was doing all this for free, and not even for free, spending money to do this. And it's finally coming to a point where I have the platform. I have the ability to speak with you guys. I have the ability to have you guys know me and understand me. And the money is obviously it's a necessity. I wish I didn't need the money. I do need the money, but that's just the cherry on top for all of this. So thank you so much. I know we're ending, but just for the just to be consistent, artistry. Let's make sure it is on the record that we have a new sponsor of the stream. I think we went through 4 different sponsors. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. It's hard to believe in yourself, and when there's so much going on and nobody's paying attention, you got to get that thick skin. And so again, for you guys to be here, it's I didn't know if I would ever get here. And I plan to go to the moon, but I didn't even know if I would get here. So the fact that you guys are riding with me is amazing. Camcast says, can't believe I spent all this time here. You've cured my ADHD. You are welcome, sir. The power of Jesus. But yeah, so the what I really want to take away from this is that we have good reason to believe that Dave is being honest. He's being, straightforward. But again, in the interest of being skeptical, we have to understand that there's 2 sides to the story. Now, whose side are we going to trust more? Not likely Crowder, because of all that's happened before this. But it's important to hear the story. It's important to hear what's going on so that because especially if you're in the conservative media space, you can't ignore it. You can't not be a part of it. You can't not have an opinion on it. And you better want to have, you should want to have a better opinion based on actual knowledge than just your feelings. And that's it. I mean, I don't know. I guess too many people these days are fine with that. It's like, well, I feel like it's this, so it is. And I'm not just talking about gender. So guys, just be better. Be better than them. It's really not that hard. It's really not that hard. If there are people in your life who have enriched your life, acknowledge that. Acknowledge that. And appreciate that. You don't know when people are going to leave you, and you don't know when people are going to fuck you over. So what you have is all you have. TV says, don't get mushy till I send you a dub. All right, fair enough, fair enough. We are going to head over to the after party, guys. Thank you again so much for hanging out. I really, really do appreciate you, as I just got all mushy over. And I would love to continue the conversation with you in the Discord server. Once again, link is in the description. Otherwise, I drop short videos every single day. So if you don't, we know the notifications don't work on YouTube. So if you don't get a notification, just come to the channel. There will be a video. And every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we do a show just like this. And I'm looking to do more. I am looking to do more. So the faster we build the community, the better I can do. The faster I can do, the better stuff. So let's do it. Once again, guys, this has been Morty. Thank you so much for feeding him. And I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.